Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Hello, everybody. We're back in court. Yay!
Hey, thank you so much for watching the Kouri Richins trial with us. But I'll tell you what, a lot of these trials remind me of the ones that we cover. It reminds me that the world is very unpredictable. And I will tell you, having a great lawyer matters when life throws some. Our great partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. Okay, this is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why they're so big? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan
wonderful. We got
$9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida.
We did it, y'all.
$5.6 million verdict for another car accident victim in Atlanta, and not to mention $1.8 million in Kentucky after insurance offered their clients a mere $5,000.
I'm trying to get the videos up and running. Okay, they're doing their commercial, so we're going to leave that alone. Awesome. Well, thank you guys for your patience, and thank you for allowing me to fix the problem. We do have court, but I'm not going to put it in until the commercials stop. Yeah, they got commercials going. So, June, thank you, Angela. Thank you, guys. I'm so happy to see y'all. You know y'all rock, right? You know you're amazing. Okay, we're up and running. Are you hearing the other trial? No. Are you hearing the other trial? So you're not hearing any other trial. It's just me. Okay. All right. Let me set up the presentation and get me going. I think I need to be here. I need to be here. Okay, there we go. We're good to go, guys. So we're waiting for court today. Are taking the morning break. Oh, you didn't teleport, but you did. I'm so sorry, boo. Oh, it was a commercial play. Yeah, that was a commercial. Yeah, I have problems with that. I'm gonna have to get more coffee in a minute. Got my water. We're good to go. It is 11:08 in the morning. We had to change our format. Now we should have captioning. Please let me know. Now there's footage. I know. I'm zooming. I'm zooming. Hold on. I needed a little lag so we can get all this set up. Okay, here we go. We're in court. Please let me know if there. In order for me to follow this trial, I'm having to watch my own channel up here with captioning. Go figure. Long crime, please put captioning. Make captioning available. Make it accessible to everyone. If I can do it, you can do it.
Please have a seat, folks. Thank you.
Yes, I'll get it.
All right, have a seat. Thank you. Counsel, the state's next witness, please.
Deputy Pimentel, please.
Very good. Please step in front of Brittany. We'll get you sworn in. My apologies.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Got my captioning up. We're good to go,
Good
guys.
morning.
Thank you.
Go ahead and pull that mic towards you a little bit just to make sure we don't miss anything. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
David Pimentel, Pimentel.
Where do you work?
I work at the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 7 years.
What's your assignment at the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm on patrol with the K9 unit.
What about in 2022? What was your assignment then?
It was the same assignment.
You were working as a patrol deputy?
Yes, correct.
Before we jump into the case at hand, I want to talk a little bit with you about the chain of command within the police, within the sheriff's office. So you mentioned that you're a patrol deputy,
Yes.
and above that, there's a patrol sergeant. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's a lieutenant,
Yes.
there's a captain,
Yes.
and there's also an investigations division.
Correct.
And as a patrol deputy, you went out to the scene on March 4th of 2022.
That's correct.
And that was at the 282 Willow Court home.
Yes.
What were your responsibilities that night?
Primarily would be scene security, but I was also tasked with starting a medical log.
What's a medical log?
It's basically a log of any medication that the decedent would have in their possession. We start the log. We take all the medication that's there. We log how much is there. We log everything about that medication.
And that was your primary responsibility while you were there.
Correct.
And you completed that log to the best of your ability while you were there.
Yes,
Did you locate medications for Eric Richins?
I did.
Where did you look for those?
I looked for them in the bathroom, which is where I was made aware that they were most likely going to be.
Where did you look in the bathroom?
I looked on the counter. I think there was a drawer that was mentioned, and then I looked in a cupboard that was above the toilet.
And you were looking for these medications where you were told by Miss Kouri Richins they might be.
Correct.
And at this point, when you're looking for medications, you were aware that Mr. Richins may have taken a THC gummy.
Yes, I was made aware of that.
And while you were looking for these medications, did you see any THC gummies?
No, I did not.
When you looked in that cupboard above the toilet, did you see any THC gummies?
No, I did not.
How do you know that?
I'm on part of my duties on patrol is typically to look for narcotics, and so I have a lot of training and a lot of experience in locating narcotics such as THC gummies, THC products, or other narcotics and paraphernalia that goes with it.
So you're familiar with what those look like.
Yes, I am.
And if you would have seen them on the night of March 4th, what would you have done?
I would have left them where they were at, and then I would have notified the investigations team when they came in that there were in fact narcotics located while inside the house.
And you didn't find any.
No, I did not.
You didn't find any drug paraphernalia.
No,
You didn't find any illicit drugs.
I did not.
Just a moment. Those are all my questions for you. I expect the defense might have some as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
So the night of March 4th, your early morning, March 4th, really, could you tell me what time you arrived at the scene?
I don't recall exactly what time.
All right. Well, let me just see if this refreshes your recollection.
Yes, that seems about right. Yes.
So about what time did you arrive at the scene?
Around 3:30 or 3:50.
3:50. And what time did you leave?
I also don't recall exactly what time I left.
Would it be accurate?
Yes, what's written there would be accurate. It would be based on radio logs, which is when I clear the scene or arrive on scene.
So does 5:09 a.m. sound correct to you?
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
All right. So when you got there, who was already present?
I believe that medical was present. I do not recall if there were any other law enforcement present, but I do recall that they were medical was on scene.
Okay, medical. So EMTs and
Yeah, so when I say medical, I mean like EMT and also the fire department. I just view them as the same entity. So I don't know if it was one or the other. I just know that medical personnel were on scene.
All right. And you said your assignment at the scene was security and a medical log.
That's correct.
So all your information about medications, did it come from Ms. Richins, or were there other deputies that told you or repeated to you what Ms. Richins had told them?
Both, yes. So there wasn't as I recall, there was another deputy who informed me, hey, there might be more medications in the bathroom.
More medications in the bathroom as compared to the bedroom?
I don't recall if the bedroom was mentioned, so I can't give you a firm answer on that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Where specifically in the home did you look for medications?
I looked in to my recollection, I looked in the bathroom.
That's the only room you looked in was the master bathroom?
Looking for medications, yes, I believe that was the only place I looked for medications.
All right. Now, you started, is it a handwritten log, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let me just have you take a look at this. You recognize this?
Yes.
All right. So that's a list of medications that were found. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is not all in your handwriting, true?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So what part of that is in your handwriting?
The first three of them that are in black ink, I believe, are my handwriting.
And are you aware who finished that report?
I do not know. No.
Okay. Let me grab that back from you. Can I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Of course.
So, Deputy, the first three medications on this list were ones that you found.
Correct.
And what do you recall what those three medications were? Or do I need to have this back?
Yeah, I do not recall the medications.
All right.
Some of them have longer.
Before
names.
I'm sorry. I have a tendency to talk over my work.
No, I'm sorry.
My mouth goes faster than my brain. Are you aware where the other medications that are in someone else's handwriting, where they were found?
I do not know.
All right. Let me just have you take a quick look at the first three then that you found again.
Okay.
And you said you found those three all in the master bathroom?
To my recollection, yes, I believe it did.
All right. And the first one on that list is naltrexone, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware what that medication is used for?
I am not.
All right. The next one is the hydrocodone, which we've spoken about. Correct? That's what the next one is
that's
you
the
wrote
next
down.
one. Mhm.
And the third one was, you might have to remind me.
I'll do my best. Doxycycline.
Doxycycline. Okay.
Yes.
Cycling. All right. And you're not aware what that medication's for? Then?
No.
All right. Well, we'll talk about that then later. All right. So during the time you were there, you only found 3 medications?
To my recollection, yes.
All right. Over that hour and a half?
Yes.
Now, you said that you had a conversation with Miss Richins, and was it Ms. Richins that told you there were THC gummies, that Mr. Richins had possibly taken a THC gummy?
I believe she did mention that there was THC gummies, yes.
Did you ask her where the gummies were located?
I do not recall if I asked her that question.
All right. Would that be important to know since you were looking for medications to log?
Only if they were prescribed to him would I be looking for them.
Well, didn't you testify that you would also look for illicit drugs?
No, I was not looking for them, but if I had seen them during my time, then I would have made a note of them.
You would have made a note if you'd seen them. However, you were told that he had possibly taken this drug, but you didn't think to ask where that might be located so you could log it?
No.
All right. So where specifically in the master bathroom did you look?
I believe I looked on the counter. If you walk in and then on the left side, there's a counter there. I believe I looked on the counter. I believe there was a mention of one of the drawers had it. And then also on the opposite side, above the toilet, there is a cabinet, and I looked in there.
I'm sorry, you say that last part again.
So on the right side of the bathroom, there's a toilet, and then above the toilet there is a cabinet, and I looked in there.
All right. And now that bathroom is connected to a walk-in closet, correct?
Correct.
So you go into the bathroom and then into the closet.
Yes.
Did you look in the closet?
No, I did not.
And you said you looked in the drawer, and I don't know if I understood you. Someone told you to look in the drawer?
I believe that somebody mentioned that there was a medication, not a medication pill bottle, but it's one of those organizers for pills in the drawer. And I believe that one of the deputies came to me and said that one of those was in the drawers in the bathroom. So that's why I looked in those drawers.
All right. So when you left at approximately 5 in the morning, a little bit after 5, what did you do with that medication log?
So the medication log and the medication that was collected was left in the room on the dresser that was in that room.
You didn't hand it over to the person that was taking over for you?
No, I did not.
You didn't write a report that night, correct?
No.
But you went back and wrote a report in January of 23, correct?
That's correct.
So almost a year later?
Correct.
And what was the purpose of that January of 23 report?
I was asked to write a report for that incident at that time. So I went back and wrote that report.
And was the purpose, well, let me rephrase. In that report, it was a very short report, correct?
Correct.
And it was basically that you left the medication log on the dresser, correct?
It was, yes, to describe my involvement in the case with the medication log, yes.
Why were you asked to do that a year later?
I don't recall why I was asked to do that. I was just asked by my supervisor, so I did it.
And you don't know why they needed that?
I do not know why they needed that.
Is it typical that you wouldn't write a report about what you did with the medication log at the time?
It depends on the involvement, the overall involvement that I have in a case. If my involvement is just a medical log where what I had done is logged on a medical log, then no, it's not typical that I would write a report.
All right. And did you type up what medications were found? Was that you or someone else who had typed up the medication list?
No, my involvement with the medication would be this log that you've given me.
So that's it. You were there for an hour and a half, and during the time you were there, well, about an hour and a half, You logged the 3 medications.
Correct.
And you only looked in the bathroom. You didn't look in the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't look in the drawers in the bedroom?
No.
And you didn't look anywhere else in the house for medications?
Correct.
And you didn't ask Ms. Richins where medications for Mr. Richins would be located?
I believe I did ask her.
You didn't ask her where the THC was located?
No, I did not.
All right. One moment. You mentioned that you were also in charge of scene security. What did you do in terms of security that night?
I secured the rooms in which Mr. Richins was found.
How did you secure that room?
I just stayed by the door to make sure that no one was getting in.
That was the entirety of the security at the scene?
Well, that particular area, yes, there were some children in the house that were trying to get in, so my job was to make sure they didn't get into the room.
Did the children, they did try to get into the room?
Yes.
Was Ms. Richins with them?
No.
All right. And you said you're with K9? You're with the K9 unit, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And as part of your duties to the K9 unit, you search for illicit drugs on
Ye-
scenes?
It,
Fair.
it depends, but yes, I have done that in the past, yes.
Well, I mean, the point of a K9 dog, isn't it a drug sniffing dog?
The point of mine, yes. Yes.
All right.
that's
So you're familiar with searching for drugs on the scene?
correct.
So is it fair to say that the search you did that day was not a complete search for drugs at that scene, correct?
Correct. I was not searching for drugs at that time.
Okay. So you were logging medication, but you weren't searching for medications.
That is, I was logging medication, but I was not searching for illegal narcotics.
And you weren't searching for medications either, right? Other than what was in the bathroom.
Other than what was made known to me, yes.
I have nothing further.
Ms. Sherbanek, any further questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Deputy Pimentel, are you issued a body camera as part of your equipment?
Yes, I am.
Were you wearing a body camera on the night of March 4th, 2022?
Yes, I am.
When you prepared your report for this case, even though it was some time later, did you review your body camera to refresh your memory about what took place?
Yes, I did.
If we could please show the witness 1-28D. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is my body cam footage.
No, is it can you tell how long it is by looking at that?
How long
The clip that you're looking at, does it have a time on it? I don't see it.
it does not, what I can see does not have a time. Okay, now it does.
How long is that clip?
That looks a little bit over, so about a minute and 53 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to move to admit 1-28D.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Any objection to admission of states 1-28D?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 128D is admitted. Is there sound for this one, Scott?
There should be.
Yes, Your Honor, I just had it muted.
Oh, my apologies. Okay, let me publish. Go ahead, sir.
So describe for the jury what we're looking at here on your body camera.
So this is the cabinet that was above the toilet that I was mentioning earlier that was on the right side as you walk into the bathroom.
And this is the bathroom attached to the master bedroom.
Correct. This is the bathroom that I had mentioned earlier.
Are you opening the cabinet? It's kind of hard to see. We only have the bottom.
Yes.
And what are you looking for?
So again, I'm looking for medication that is prescribed to Mr. Richins.
And that was the counter you were talking about in the
That's
drawer.
correct.
And so you testified that you're looking for medications of Mr. Richins, and you're not doing a full, complete search of this house, are you?
No, I'm not.
And that's because you don't have probable cause to do so.
I don't have a reason to search anywhere else in the house that I
Right.
searched.
And to do a complete search of a house, you need probable cause or a warrant, right?
Correct.
Just a second. You're looking in that cupboard above the toilet. There were no THC gummies in there, were there?
Not that I could see, no.
And you opened it up and you looked inside.
Correct.
You didn't see any weed gummies in there.
I did not.
Ms. Lewis, anything within the scope of redirect?
Can you pull up State's Exhibit 1-8 just for the short?
Let me know when you want the witness to see it. You'll see it at the same time as the witness, Ms. Lewis. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. You and the witness can see it.
Go back over here, I'm sorry. Okay. So in the body cam that we just saw, which is on your left, you're looking at a pill bottle, correct?
Correct.
And you took a photograph of that bottle?
I do not recall if I took a photograph of that bottle.
So the photograph on the right, is that the same bottle?
I believe so.
All right, we'd move to admit 1-8.
No objection.
Okay. State's Exhibit 1-8 is admitted, and anything further on that, Ms. Lewis?
That's the hydrocodone bottle, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you said you were, well, we saw in the video, you were looking at the cupboard above the toilet.
Correct.
Did you look on top of that cupboard?
I do not recall if I did.
Well, that's a very high cupboard, correct?
Correct. I believe so.
So you wouldn't be able to see the top of the cupboard unless you got up on the toilet, true?
Probably.
All right. And are you aware that later that is where all the THC gummies were located?
I wasn't made aware of that, no.
All right. So when you were looking for the gummies. Well, you were looking for medications. I know you weren't specifically looking for the gummies. But in your experience, do people usually keep illegal drugs just right in their bathroom cupboard, or do they often put them somewhere out of sight?
It depends.
They often put them somewhere out of sight. True?
I mean, they can, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But you didn't look at the whole cupboard. True?
I just looked where there might be medication.
But not on top of the cupboard.
To my knowledge, I don't believe I looked on top of the cupboard.
All right. And did you photograph that before you started taking things and moving them around the cupboard to document it?
No, I did not.
Let me ask you one other thing about when you secured the bedroom. Who came in and out of that bedroom when you were securing the bedroom?
There were some other deputies and possibly some medical personnel.
Anybody else at all?
I do not recall if anyone else came into the bedroom.
All right.
Is offered. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Please have a seat.
Thanks, Cody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and pull that mic close to you as we
Oh,
pick
sorry.
up your answers. Please state your name and spell your last name.
Margaret Offret, Offret.
You go by Margie. Is
I go
that
by
right?
Margie, yes.
Where do you work?
For this, I work for the University of Utah.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a medical assistant coordinator.
What about in 2022? What was your role back then?
Same role, but I also do part-time EMS, and at that time it was for Park City Fire.
What do you do as part-time EMS? What's that role?
Emergency responder, advanced EMT.
Is that similar to a paramedic?
Yes, one step below.
And how long have you been working as an advanced EMT?
Almost 40 years.
Now, given that experience, have you been called out to a death scene before?
Many, yes.
How many would you say?
Over the 40 years, probably more than 100.
Have you been called out to the scene of an overdose before?
Yes,
A drug overdose?
yes.
How many?
20 to 30.
What kind of certifications do you hold to be an advanced EMT?
Well, I have advanced life support, pediatric advanced life support, and I do monthly training and recertify every 2 years.
And you're up to date on that training
Yes, ma'am.
as you were back in 2022.
Yes,
Were you working on March 4th of 2022?
yes,
And did you respond to the scene at 282 Willow Court?
yes.
When you arrived, what did you do first?
We got our gear and went to the bedroom where our patient was,
Where was he when you arrived?
in the bedroom on the floor.
What was the position of Eric Richins when you arrived?
He was laying flat on the floor, straight.
Was he on a sheet?
I don't recall.
Let me show you States Exhibit 1-4S1. It'll pop up on your screen there. Do you see that?
Not yet.
You should be able to see it.
I can see it. I can see it.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
The scene. in the bedroom.
That's the scene that you were just describing.
Yes.
Judge, this has already been admitted. I would like to publish it to the jury.
No objection.
Okay, one moment.
So when you arrived on scene, if Mr. Richins had been on top of a sheet on the floor, would you have moved him?
No, only if it was in the way of what we were doing.
Now, were you made aware that Mr. Richins had been pulled to the ground from the bed?
I don't recall that we were aware of that. That's just where we found him.
Now, in your line of work, have you been on a scene where people have been pulled to the ground on a sheet to perform CPR in the past?
I don't recall sheets, but people have been pulled off the bed.
When you saw Eric Richins on the floor, was there anything that stood out to you about the position of his body?
That he was at the foot of the bed instead of the side of the bed.
Why did that stand out to you?
Because most places when we go, the person is on the side of the bed. Just easier to get them off.
And anything about the physical position of his body that stood out to you?
He was just very straight.
What do you mean by that?
Straight, like everything was straight.
What would you expect if someone had been
Sometimes
pulled?
arms are flailed about.
Okay, just let me finish the question.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure that our both of our voices are being picked up. So describe what you said. What would you expect when someone is pulled off a bed?
They're a little not straight, angled. Their arms are flailed about.
Did you perform life-saving procedures on Eric Richins?
Yes.
What did you do to attempt to resuscitate him?
We hooked up the Lucas machine. We started an interosseous IO needle and gave him epi and the cardiac arrest protocol.
So I'm going to have you describe a couple of those things for the jury because I know that you use these terms all the time, but they might not know. What is a Lucas machine?
A Lucas machine is the machine that does compressions for us so that we're free to do other things such as IVs or IO needles, interosseous needles to give medications.
You also mentioned that Mr. Richins was given epi. What do you mean by that?
Epinephrine, which is a medication that we give to try and start the heart again.
And so those things were being performed on Mr. Richins.
Yes.
Is it also your protocol to ask if your patient is taking any medications?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you ask Ms. Kouri Richins if Mr. Richins was taking any medications?
Yes, I believe I did.
Were you given any medications that Eric Richins was taking?
Yes, I believe she told me it's in my report, but naltrexone for Lyme disease, possibly.
Did she hand you that medication?
No.
Any other medications that you were made aware of that Eric Richins was taking?
She did also say CBD gummies.
As you are performing these life-saving measures on Eric Richins, are you also looking for things in his immediate area that might explain what's happening with him?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you see anything that to you might explain what's going on with him?
No.
Now, when you've been on the scene for an overdose death or an overdose call in the past, what are some things that you see around the person that might indicate to you what's happening?
Sometimes you see drug paraphernalia or pill bottles.
Did you observe any of those things?
No.
Now, were you there when the time of death was called for Eric Richins?
Yes.
What time was that?
3:58, I believe.
And that would be in the morning, right?
Yes, a.m.
Now, later you talked about Eric Richins being down sometime or dead sometime.
Yes.
What was that observation based on?
He was cold to the touch. His body was cold to the touch, and his heart rhythm, which when we hooked up the monitor, showed that he was in asystole.
What is asystole?
That's flat line.
So no heartbeat.
No heart electroactivity at all.
Did that ever change while you were there?
No.
Just a moment. Ma'am, those were all my questions for you. Thank you. The defense may have some as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You weren't the first EMT or EMS to arrive on the scene, correct?
Correct.
When you arrived on the scene, others were already starting to work on Mr. Richins, true?
One person, yes.
Was working on him.
Yes.
All right. And what was that person doing?
Compressions.
So you don't know if the body had already been arranged in any sort of way by the prior EMT?
I do not.
All right. Now, when you were first called to the scene, you believed it was a call for cardiac arrest.
Correct. Yes.
That was the chief complaint that was brought to your attention.
Yes.
All right. And what did you do? What was the first thing you did when you arrived?
We hooked our I had a partner. We were hooking up our monitor to see what kind of heart rhythm we may have, and then attaching the Lucas machine, which does compressions for us.
That's cool.
It is cool.
All right. So you went directly into the bedroom when you arrived.
Yes.
And
Yeah, that's $35,000. Cool. That's what the baseline for those costs. They can go up to $50,000 to $60,000. I would love one of those machines because CPR is hard work. Yeah, I'm not going to get one of those. I have an AED, but I am not going to get one of those.
And you later wrote a report. It's called a pre-hospital care report.
Yes.
Is that true?
Mhm.
I'm just going to have you take a quick look at this and tell me if this is. Well, actually, can you just pull it up on the screen and show her?
She has it.
All right. Is that your report?
Yes.
All right. We'd move to admit that as
My
I guess,
ears keep
defense
dropping.
exhibit. I think now we're at 3005.
I would object.
I'm going to have to do this. Sorry, guys. My ears keep dropping, so I'm going to have to switch. Okay, then I can't hear myself. Turn them on.
The witness can still see it.
Oh, she can still see it. You said. I'm sorry. All right. So
In fairness to her, it's pretty small.
it's yes, it is small here too. I can. All right. So where did you get the information that he was possibly having a cardiac arrest?
That's what the dispatch came across as.
So, but you didn't know if that was correct,
No.
and it turned out not to be correct, right?
That he was in cardiac arrest?
He didn't die of a cardiac arrest.
Well, I mean, he was in cardiac arrest. I did not know, and I don't know what he died from.
All right. Explain that he was in cardiac arrest at that time. What is the
He was in asystole, which is a flat line, which means there's no electrical activity in the heart. That's cardiac arrest.
all right. So I think
And he was not breathing, obviously.
So as a layperson, I was reading that you thought he was in the process of having a heart attack, but that's not accurate.
That's not accurate.
All right. So that just means someone who is not having their heart functioning at the time when you're called in. That would just be called a cardiac arrest.
Correct.
All right. So that was the information that you based what you did
Yes.
following when you got there.
Yes.
All right. And when you arrived, you spoke with, well, first you said you went right into the room.
Correct. Yes.
And you administered epinephrine.
Once we got our lines started, yes.
All right. And you also, I just lost the word. You also admitted
Adrenaline?
Yes, we did give Narcan.
Okay, what's the purpose of Narcan?
Narcan is to reverse any possible drug overdoses with narcotics.
All right. But he had been asystole, help me with the word,
Asystole.
asystole for a while by the time you gave him that.
Yes.
And that typically would be helpful if it was given pretty immediate after.
Yes, that's kind of a last effort. Let's try this.
Okay. And then at what point did you go from
In other words, they just did a Hail Mary.
in the bedroom to, well, let me rephrase that. What did you do next? You gave him the Narcan, you gave him the epinephrine, and what else did you do in the room?
I just continued to work the code until the Park City Fire medics got there.
What does that mean, work the code?
Tried to save him, continuing CPR, trying to figure out why he's in a cardiac arrest.
And
breathing for him, things like that.
Were you able to determine why he was in cardiac arrest?
No.
All right. Not at that time, anyway.
No.
And then you left the room, true?
Yes.
And at the point you left the room, you knew that he was deceased, correct?
Correct.
And you went out, and is the first person you spoke to one of the deputies that was there, Deputy DeWin?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling one of the deputies that you thought maybe it was possibly an aneurysm?
I just possibly coming up with ideas, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. And at that time, did you know his medical history?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to stop there because y'all, and I can't hear my own voice. I don't know. Can y'all hear me? Am I loud? Testing. Can y'all hear me? Okay. I hope you can hear me. We have the accused Charlie Kirk assassin Taylor Robinson faces crucial ruling. So we're going to play that real quick on both streams because I think this is very important. This is a ruling that they've been waiting
when determining which charges to file and whether to seek the death penalty.
That one.
But the ultimate charging decision rested solely with Mr. Gray in his statutory capacity as elected county attorney. He made the decision to file a notice of intent to seek the death penalty at the inception of the case rather than waiting until after the arraignment, as allowed by statute. His decision to seek the death penalty was based upon his assessment that the death penalty is appropriate in this case. He chose not to wait to file the notice because he believed it would cause unnecessary speculation on the part of the public and angst on the part of the victim's family. Lauder's presence at the rally did not materially influence Mr. Gray's decision-making, and the court finds that this conclusion is supported by credible testimony and objective record before it. Approximately 3,000 people attended the rally at Utah Valley University. Throughout the course of the investigation, over 40 attendees voluntarily provided witness statements to law enforcement, and several attendees provided video footage of the incident. No evidence was provided by a daughter that she was not available from other sources. The state has chosen not to call her as a witness in support of its prosecution of Mr. Robinson. In October 2025, Mr. Gernander sent an email to defense counsel and disclosed his child had attended the rally at Utah Valley University, where Charlie Kirk, was shot. Defendant moves for disqualification under Rule 1.7 of the Utah Rules of Professional Conduct, which provides in relevant part that a lawyer has a concurrent conflict of interest if there is a significant risk that the representation will be materially limited by a personal interest of the lawyer. In applying this standard, the court is mindful that this is a capital case. The decision whether to seek the death penalty is among the most solemn exercises of prosecutorial discretion, and allegations of bias or personal influence in that context warrants careful and searching judicial review to preserve both due process and public confidence in the integrity of these proceedings. Defendant argues that Mr. Hernandez and has been materially limited by personal interest, namely his loyalty to his daughter. Because no screen was in place to prevent Mr. Grunander's conflict from tainting the entire prosecution team, defendant argues that Utah County Attorney's Office should be disqualified from prosecuting this case. This is especially so because Mr. Grunander holds a supervisorial role in the office and is a key part of the prosecution team. Defendant has not identified binding authority establishing that a prosecutor has a concurrent conflict solely because the prosecutor has a familial relationship with the potential witness, particularly where the witness has no unique relevant information. In the cases defendant cites, the prosecutors were split between their loyalty to the government and their loyalty to the defendant, or a personal interest separate from the case being prosecuted. In State v. McClellan, the prosecutor had previously represented the defendant and had access to confidential protected information, which could undermine the defendant's right to due process. In State v. Balfour, the prosecutor had past financial, business, and political ties to a defendant, which could conflict with the prosecutor's duty to pursue justice and represent the government. In Wright v. United States, the prosecutor's wife was the defendant's political opponent whom she had accused of sending people to assault her. In State v. Tate, the prosecutor had been a judge on the defendant's case and had been privy to ex parte communications. In People v. Connors, the prosecutor was both a victim and a witness to a separate crime committed by the defendant, which created a personal grudge against the defendant himself. Each of these cases involve a personal interest directly connected to the defendant or some other interest that materially limited the prosecutor's representation of the state. By contrast, the record here contains no evidence that Mr. Grunander or any member of his family had a personal relationship with, bias toward, defendant. Nor does the record show that Mr. Grunander's professional judgment has been or is substantially likely to be materially limited by his loyalty to his daughter. Speculation regarding potential influence is insufficient to establish a significant risk under Rule 1.7. The court has independently reviewed the evidentiary record with particular attention to whether any direct or indirect decision-making in this case reflects personal involvement inconsistent with the objective prosecutorial judgment. The court finds no such evidence. Defendant argues that two prosecutorial decisions could have been impacted by Mr. Grunander's relationship to daughter, thereby affecting defendant's due process rights. The decision not to call daughter as a witness and the decision to seek the death penalty. The court is persuaded by the evidence presented that daughter is not being called to testify because she has no uniquely relevant testimony to give, and the state has access to much stronger evidence from other witnesses. To the extent defendant believes his due process rights are violated by the state declining to call daughter as a witness, defendant has subpoena powers and a right to call her himself if he believes her testimony is important to his case. As to the decision to seek death, the court finds that daughter's presence at the rally did not factor into the prosecutorial analysis. The evidence supports that Mr. Gray's decision was grounded in his assessment of the facts and applicable law. Because the circumstances of every case are unique. Oh, I heard something. I'll continue. Let me start over on that sentence. Because the circumstances of every case are unique, prosecutorial discretion allows a prosecutor to consider a host of relevant factors when determining whether to seek death, as long as the considerations of those factors is constitutionally sound. Even if Mr. Gray considered the impact on daughter when deciding to seek death, defendant has not shown that the impact of the crime on victims, witnesses, or even prosecutors themselves is an unconstitutional consideration when deciding to seek the death penalty. In sum, the court concludes that there is not a significant risk that Mr. Grunander's loyalty to daughter has or will materially limit his representation of the state of Utah. Furthermore, defendant has not shown that there is a significant risk that Mr. Grunander's relationship with daughter has or will impact defendant's due process rights. Based on the record before the court, defendant has not shown that his prosecution by the Utah County Attorney's Office is tainted by a concurrent conflict of interest under Rule 1.7. During oral argument, defendant requested the court also consider whether the Utah County Attorney's Office followed the process recommended by the Utah Prosecutors' Best Practices created by the Statewide Association of Prosecutors, otherwise known as SWAP, in determining whether to disqualify the Utah County Attorney's Office. Defendant argues that best practice demands that a prosecutor avoid the appearance of bias based upon public perception. To avoid this appearance, the Utah County Attorney's Office should have immediately screened Mr. Grunander from the rest of the office. Because it failed to do so, there is now a hint that the decision to seek the death penalty was an emotional response to Mr. Grunander's concern for his daughter. The best practices document is not controlling on this court. And even if it was, the court is unpersuaded that Mr. Grunander's relationship with daughter creates an appearance of bias in this case. Prosecutors need not be immune to the emotional response of others to prosecute a case. Indeed, it is part of a prosecutor's duty to interview witnesses and victims and evaluate the impact of an alleged crime. A prosecutor need not be disinterested on the issue whether a prospective defendant has committed the crime with which he is charged. If honestly convinced of the defendant's guilt, the prosecutor is free, indeed obligated, to be deeply interested in urging that view by any fair means. True disinterest on the issue of such a defendant's guilt is the domain of the judge and the jury, not the prosecutor. And this is citing from Wright. Also, prosecutors need not be entirely neutral and detached. In an adversarial system, they are necessarily permitted to be zealous in their enforcement of the law. After reviewing the record, the court concludes that the familial relationship at issue, without additional evidence of personal involvement or influence, does not create a reasonable perception that the prosecutorial discretion was exercised for improper reasons. Zealous advocacy remains bound by constitutional and ethical constraints, and the court finds that those boundaries have not been crossed here. This ruling is confined to the specific facts established in this record. Different circumstances, such as evidence of direct personal involvement, uniquely material testimony, or demonstrable influence over discretionary decisions, could warrant a different result. In sum, the defendant has not shown that there is a significant risk that Mr. Grunander's loyalty to daughter has or will materially limit representation of the state, nor has defendant demonstrated that his due process rights are compromised by the continued prosecution of this case by the Utah County Attorney's Office. Applying this governing legal standard to the facts established in the record, defendant's motion is respectfully denied. All right, that order in a written form will be available shortly online. The court wishes to turn to its last matter, and the court wishes to address the remaining outstanding motions in a timely manner and to set appropriate dates for their hearing and resolution. The court recognizes that coordinating schedules can be challenging and that we all make a good faith effort to accommodate the court and one another in setting these matters for hearing so that the constitutional rights of all parties are protected and preserved. Counsel, I'm reviewing a list of motions before the court, and so I wish to quickly address that, set hearing dates so all parties have an expectation of what comes next and what to prepare for. And so I'll turn to the attorneys. The court has thoughts, but I want to hear your thoughts first.
Judge, this is Mr. Grunander. I apologize for my camera. Something's happening with it this morning, but
sure.
I see that the court entered a couple of rulings that we received late last night. I think there are still the outstanding motions to classify as private that need to be addressed. And then there is the outstanding motion from the defense to exclude media, electronic media coverage. And there is a request, and I'll defer to the defense, but there's a request for an evidentiary hearing there. But that's what I see as far as what's outstanding. In addition, Your Honor, I should say there is one with respect to a piece of evidence that we're trying to identify additional reports on to get to the defense so that we can be fully prepared to address that issue.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Turning to defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Richard Novak. I know that the court may have seen the emails which were exchanged with the court's clerk and counsel concerning scheduling. We had all suggested a date that the court was available to resolve the classification issues, some of which, as Mr. Grunander said, are still pending, notwithstanding yesterday's orders, and that was the date of April 17th. It was our expectation that the court would take care of the classification issues at a hearing that afternoon. The court's public order yesterday did address in a footnote a question of the media's standing with respect to, say, the merits of the motion that Mr. Grunander mentioned. So we think that that needs to be addressed because the media did file what they purport to be a preliminary response to a motion that is presently classified. So before we actually before the court conducts the hearing on the merits of the motion to exclude, which we anticipate would be an evidentiary hearing with both exhibits and witnesses, we think that it would be most efficient for the court to lay the groundwork on what will be public, what will not be public, and which entities, I'm not going to say parties because that's not right, which entities have standing to weigh in on that motion and the scope of that standing. And we do think because, I mean, the court has obviously seen, because it approved the filing of the initial motion, that there's an extensive evidentiary presentation that's necessary. It's not going to be the 2 to 3 hours that we were told the court is available on April 17th. So our thought is that we would have all of that sort of preliminary and standing, all of the preliminary and standing issues resolved at the court's next availability that worked for counsel, which is April 17th, and that at some date after April 17th, we would then have the hearing on the merits of that motion.
All right. Any other?
Does that make sense, or did I just muddy it up even more?
No, I understand what you're saying. Any other input from any of the other parties before the court gives its input?
Judd. I think Mr. Novak mentioned the afternoon of April 17th. I think the court's availability may be that morning. And other than that, I think this plan sounds good and makes sense to the media. I think the remaining issues that are most likely to be argued and resolved at an April 17th hearing are individualized motions related to closure of things on the docket. In that way, there's kind of a commonality between those. There's likely some overlap, even though they're separate briefings, on the interests and the questions related to those motions to classify. I'll note that more may come along. There was a reply to the motion to exclude cameras from the courtroom that has also been subject to a motion to classify. But again, I think that could be argued easily alongside the pending motions to classify or close that the court is attempting to schedule for hearing now.
All right. All right, so here's the court's input. I wish to address the motions to classify and addressing the closure of the hearing or the evidentiary hearing to exclude media well before April. And I don't believe that those hearings will take a lot of time. And for this court, for many reasons, and because the court intends to keep the May preliminary hearing. And I realize that there may be things that come up that may affect that, but as we stand today, that preliminary hearing date is set. And I wish for these issues to be addressed prior to the preliminary hearing, given the nature of that hearing. And so there is clarity on what will happen. What dates do we have available in March? In council, before I get these dates, I recognize that you all have challenging schedules, but this case must have priority as this court is trying to balance the constitutional rights of all parties and being timely in its process. So I ask you respectfully to do your best to ensure that we can align to a schedule that allows us to move forward in a proper manner while respecting the constitutional rights of all parties. And so looking at March dates, I have March 13th. It's rare, available all day. And I want to preface this by saying, just to give you an idea, when I am setting a hearing for an hour or more, I'm looking into June just because of the court's calendar. And so this is a rare opportunity to have this to address the motions to classify and potentially closure. What does that look like for the parties?
Well, on the 13th.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I think, this is Richard Novak. I think, and I would defer to Mr. Judd, but I think one of the attorneys of record for the media entities had a problem with March 13th when the clerk initially floated that date, but I may be wrong about that, and then I can address the defense's availability on that date.
Well, I wish to address defense's availability first.
Okay. So I thought that I needed to be on the East Coast for a personal matter. I could probably work around that. The only other conflict we had was that Ms. Visser was scheduled to start a serious felony matter the following Monday morning, the 16th. But we hear what the court's saying. So I can adjust my personal travel schedule to accommodate the court. And I appreciate that the court wants to take advantage of this rare vacancy in its schedule.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. I appreciate that. Mr. Judd.
Your Honor, does the court have a view right now as to whether this would be an in-person hearing or something that could be argued by WebEx?
I will accommodate the parties, and of course, turning to defense, and their preference is important, whether they request in person or via WebEx, or maybe it's mixed. Maybe some of us appear via WebEx. Well, not the court, but the rest of us. So I am open to try to find a solution.
I'm curious about that, Your Honor, but it's not outcome determinative. We will make it work. We realize we're guests in the court, that these issues are important. We recognize the interests that are in play. I'm scheduled to be elsewhere in Chicago that day. I'll appear by WebEx if that's what the court allows. If not, then I'll move those plans. This is a priority, and if that's the time that it works, then we'll make it work.
All right. So the parties, first, is it the intent to be in person? And if so, what are the thoughts about Mr. Judd appearing via WebEx?
Your Honor, the state is open to any procedure that will allow us to have this hearing on March 13th. We can be in person or via WebEx, and we have no objection to other entities, representatives appearing in whichever way is most accommodating for them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ballard. Mr. Novak.
All I would say is that if the court is going to open up a WebEx for some participants, we will be there either in person or by WebEx or both, because there are, as Your Honor knows, a few of us. Ms. Nestor will not be present because she's already engaged in trial in another county. But we will, I guess what I would say today is that we will be appearing in person, present in court with Mr. Robinson with us. If there is some reason why one of us needs to appear remotely, then we'll address that with the court.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. So it sounds like we're going to go ahead and set this in person. I realize that, there are complications, and Mr. Judd, it looks like there is no opposition to you appearing via WebEx. And of course, as mentioned by defense, there are certain attorneys that may need to appear by WebEx. So we will accommodate that, and we'll anticipate Mr. Robinson's appearance in person on March 13th. Counsel, given the direction of the court dealing with closure and classification of motions, how much time will you need to conduct your business in court? I want to open that up and lock it down before that date gets cannibalized by other important hearings as well.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Ballard. I guess I would defer to the defense. It's their motions to close and to classify. But I think having a time limit regardless would be helpful.
I'm going to suggest that, Your Honor, that it's going to be more than 1 hour and maybe less than 2 hours. And the reason why I say that is there are multiple motions to classify around the same issues, which are the motion, the reply, and the evidentiary hearing itself. And the court's going to obviously hear not only from the moving parties, which is Mr. Robinson, but the state and counsel for the media. And it would be hard for me to imagine that many attorneys in the court could do all that in less than 1 hour.
Are you commenting on the amount of time attorneys talk?
Only myself. I'm only referring to myself.
No worries. I include myself in that comment. All right. So let's go ahead and set aside 3 hours just to be safe. I don't want any party to feel pressured, but as mentioned by Mr. Ballard, I believe that setting a timeline is appropriate. So let's go ahead and start. How does 10 a.m. on March 13th look? 10, 11, 12, concluding at the 1 o'clock hour.
That's fine for the defense, Your Honor. That might actually allow me to get to my originally planned destination the same evening.
All right. To Mr. Ballard?
10 a.m. is perfect, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Judd?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's turn to the second issue where we have that, I believe it was April 17th date. Does that allow sufficient time to address the evidentiary hearing being requested?
In terms of preparation for April 17th, yes, if that's when the court wants to do it, we will be ready to go on that date. if that's what the court means by sufficient time, yes.
All right. And how much time, Mr. Novak, do you anticipate needing? I certainly want to make sure that all parties have enough time to present what they need to present.
Your Honor, I'm going to defer to Mr. Burt on that, if Mr. Burt is able to do so. Looks like technologically he is.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Burt.
Judge, I think on that, because it is going to involve the presentation of extensive exhibits and also some expert evidence, that we'd be looking at a full day, accounting for cross-examination by all the lawyers involved here.
All right. And to the state, what's your input?
A is more than enough to be able to address those issues.
All right. And to the state. I'm sorry, I just, to any other party.
I will defer to parties, Your Honor, on this. As the court knows, we haven't seen the motion itself or the reply. We've seen the state's opposition. But I think whatever the defense believes is necessary, given that they are the party bringing evidence and the expert, if they believe that a day is sufficient, we see no reason to push back on that.
All right. All right. I do note that we have other issues on that day. I think we're just going to have to bump them. And so we'll go ahead and set aside the full day on April 17th. We'll start at 10 a.m. and conclude promptly at 5 p.m. if needs be. But it is the intent that we fully address the issues and it's not carried over or continued to another day. The court anticipates, given what's presented, has been the practice of the court, that it would take it under advisement and schedule a WebEx hearing to issue its decision. All right, so April 17th, starting at 10 a.m. I'm assuming in person, and Mr. Novak, I don't want to assume anything. In person with Mr. Robinson in court?
Yes, Your Honor, exactly.
All right. All right, thank you, Counsel.
All right, so we're done with that. But oops, I accidentally did something. Let me get it back up. I have started something I may regret. I have these box of the Harry Potter bamboozle beans, or they call them Bertie Bott beans. They're flavored, nastily flavored. And I promised to do this a while back, and life happened, and we didn't get a chance to do it. But that said, what it is the... Why is it doing this? Okay. There are different colors. So if you give a super chat, hopefully I started in the right place. Hold on. If you do a super chat, you get to pick one of the colors. I'll tell you what they are that I have in the box, and I'll eat it. And Lord knows there's a lot of a certain one, so I may be eating sour milk or earwax or earthworm or dirt or booger or black pepper or whatever. So anyway, I will eat one for every super chat that's given. God, I did. Oh, so we'll see what happens. Okay, let me share this. We'll get back into this. I lost the feed, so hopefully I'm in the right place again. And also, we have Colin Gray is back in court. We will start his again, get everybody up and going. Both courts will be going once again at the same time. I need to be over here. No, I need to be over here. There we go. All right, here we go.
Yes.
Now, you said that you had a conversation with Miss Richins, and was it Ms. Richins that told
on scene, if Mr. Richins had been on top of a sheet on the floor, would you have moved him?
No, only if it was in the way of what we were doing.
Now, were you
If I went too far back, let me know.
made
Please.
aware that Mr. Richins had been pulled to the ground from the bed?
I don't recall that we were aware of that. That's just where we found him.
Now, in your line of work, have you been on a scene where people have been pulled to the ground on a sheet to perform CPR in the past?
I don't recall sheets, but people have been pulled off the bed.
When you saw Eric Richins on the floor, was there anything that stood out to you about the position of his body?
That he was at the foot of the bed instead of the side of the bed.
Why did that stand out to you?
Because most places when we go, the person is on the side of the bed. Just easier to get them off.
And anything about the physical position of his body that stood out to you?
He was just very straight.
What do you mean by that?
Straight, like everything was straight.
What would you expect if someone had been
Sometimes
pulled?
arms are flailed about.
Okay, just let me finish the question.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure that our both of our voices are being picked up. So describe what you said. What would you expect when someone is pulled off a bed?
They're a little not straight, angled. Their arms are flailed about.
Did you perform life-saving procedures on Eric Richins?
Yes.
What did you do to attempt to resuscitate him?
We hooked up the Lucas machine. We started an interosseous needle and gave him epi and the cardiac arrest protocol.
So I'm going to have you describe a couple of those things for the jury because I know that you use these terms all the time, but they might not know. What is a Lucas machine?
A Lucas machine is the machine that does compressions for us so that we're free to do other things
Okay.
such as IVs.
that you thought he was in the process of having a heart attack, but that's not accurate.
That's not accurate.
All right. So that just means someone who is not having their heart functioning at the time when you're called in. That would just be called a cardiac arrest.
Correct.
All right. So that was the information that you based what you did
Yes.
following when you got there.
Yes.
All right. And when you arrived, you spoke with, well, first you said you went right into the room.
Correct. Yes.
And you administered epinephrine.
Once we got our lines started, yes.
All right. And you also, I just lost the word. You also admitted,
Yes, we did give Narcan.
Okay, what's the purpose of Narcan?
Narcan is to reverse any possible drug overdoses with narcotics.
All right. But he had been asystole, help me with the word,
Asystole.
asystole for a while by the time you gave him that.
Yes.
And that typically would be helpful if it was given pretty immediate after.
Yes, that's kind of a last effort. Let's try this.
Okay. And then at what point did you go from in the bedroom to, well, let me rephrase that. What did you do next? You gave him the Narcan, you gave him the epinephrine, and what else did you do in the room?
I just continued to work the code until the Park City Fire medics got there.
What does that mean, work the code?
Try to save him, continuing CPR, trying to figure out why he's in a cardiac arrest.
And
breathing for him, things like that.
Were you able to determine why he was in cardiac arrest?
No.
All right. Not at that time, anyway.
No.
And then you left the room, true?
Yes.
And at the point you left the room, you knew that he was deceased, correct?
Correct.
And you went out, and is the first person you spoke to one of the deputies that was there, Deputy Dewin?
I don't recall.
Right. Do you recall telling one of the deputies that you thought maybe it was possibly an aneurysm?
I just possibly coming up with ideas. Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. And at that time, did you know his medical history?
Yes. What I was given.
And who gave you that?
Kouri.
Okay. And she gave you the same medical history that she had already given to the deputies, correct?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the deputies about the fact that he had Lyme disease?
I think I probably told them that's what she told me.
All right. And the information about what medications he was on, did that come from her or did that come from the deputies?
That came from her.
And this was after he'd already passed, you got this information?
I believe while we were working the code, I had asked those questions.
All right. And you said that one of the medications that you were told he was on was naltrexone?
Correct.
And you were told that was for Lyme disease?
Correct.
However, that would be a off-brand use for naltrexone?
Correct.
Naltrexone is typically used for people that are suffering cravings either from drugs or alcohol, correct?
Correct.
I'm done.
We'll just move on unless you're going to ask this witness more questions about the
Not about the naltrexone.
on-label and off-label uses of medications.
No, that was all.
Okay.
All right. All right, just give me a moment. Let me just look at your report here. Can you tell me about, in your report, you talk about blood sugar obtained.
Yes.
And you say the blood sugar obtained of 458. That was his actual blood sugar at that time?
Yes.
That's extremely high, correct?
It's high.
All right. And would that be a natural thing just based on someone passing that their blood sugar would go up?
I don't know why his blood sugar was that high.
All right. And you also have in there that he had a GCS of 3. Can you tell me what that means?
Glasgow Coma score. So that's basically he scored 1 on everything, which it goes from 5 to 1. Someone who's alert and oriented would get a 5. Someone who is not responding gets a 1. That's the lowest score you can get.
1 is the lowest score.
3.
Oh, 3. Okay.
Yes.
And tell me again, what does GCS stand for?
Glasgow Coma score.
Okay, thank you. All right. So then, are you the one that told Ms. Richins that Eric was in fact deceased?
Yes.
Is this something that you've had to do before?
Yes.
So it wasn't the first time you told someone that their spouse or someone else with them had passed?
No.
And I imagine this is difficult.
Very.
And I would imagine that you've seen many different reactions from different people to that kind of news. True?
Yes.
From silent shock, correct?
Yes.
To hysteria.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people throw up.
I haven't seen that but once.
You haven't seen anyone throwing up after hearing that news?
Not really, no.
Okay. You never know what to expect, though.
Correct.
You never know how someone's going to react.
True.
When they get terrible, traumatic news like that.
Yes.
Probably a little bit different for an unexpected death than maybe someone who's been terminally ill. True.
Yes.
Is it fair to say unexpected deaths get a wider range of reactions than someone who's been dying, say, for months than it was expected?
Yes.
All right. Just back to your report for one moment. So everything in your report was done. You were just writing down what you did based on the information you had. True?
Yes. Yes.
And you didn't know if the information was correct at that time. It's just based on the information you had.
Yes.
I'd move again to admit Defense Exhibit 300.
I'll withdraw my objection, Judge, if they want to admit it.
Okay. This would be defense, give me the numbering again.
believe it's
3005.
5, yes.
Katie, is that right? Okay. D3005 is admitted. Is there any part you want to publish to the jury?
Not at this time. I just wanted to admit it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else for this witness, Ms. Charbonnet?
Just briefly, Judge. So you testified to Ms. Lewis's questions that you had made a guess that maybe Eric Richins died of an aneurysm. Why did you make that guess?
Because he had a lot of blood coming out of his mouth when we arrived in while we were working on him.
And was that happening? When was that happening? The blood
during CPR.
So when you arrived, the blood was already coming out of Eric Richins' mouth.
Yes.
Did you have an explanation for why that blood was coming out of his mouth?
No.
No further questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Here we go. Okay. Within the scope of redirect, please.
It's not unusual to see blood come out of someone's mouth during CPR, correct?
Not normally, but it seemed more than normal.
All right. So the machine, the cool machine, what's it called?
Lucas machine.
Lucas. That can you describe the sort of pressure that machine uses?
Well, it compresses the chest as you would in CPR. It's a continuous compression that, it's like doing CPR with your arms, only more steady than a human can do.
And consistent in terms of the amount of pressure.
Correct, yes.
Whereas humans of different sizes have different amounts of pressure.
Correct.
Did the machine break any of Mr. Richins' ribs?
I have no idea.
You don't know. Does it sometimes do that?
I don't know.
All right. Well, as a trained EMT, when compressions are being given hard compressions, if there's blood in the lungs, it wouldn't be unusual to see that come out, correct?
Correct, yes.
And in order to do efficient CPR, one, you would need to be trained, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that a very small person who's untrained would have difficulty doing the strength of compressions that's necessary when giving CPR.
They could, yes.
All right, I have nothing further.
No questions, Jeff.
You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Shervnak, the state's next witness.
Sergeant Andrew Cernich, please.
All right. Sergeant, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and move that mic close to your mouth so we can get all your answers. State your name and spell your last name, please.
Andy Cernich, C-R-N-I-C-H.
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your role there?
I am a sergeant on patrol.
And what about back in 2022? What was your role? First, let's talk about the Sheriff's Office. What were you doing for them in 2022?
In 2022, I was a sergeant working in the jail.
And back in 2022, did you have other first responder roles or other jobs that you did?
Yes, I also worked for the Summit County the South Summit Fire Department as a volunteer fire.
What do you do as a volunteer fireman for South Summit?
I respond to emergencies through the fire department and assist on medical calls.
So Were you working on March 4th of 2022?
I was.
What capacity were you working in on that day?
I responded as a on-call firefighter to assist medical.
And did you respond to the home at 282 Willow Court?
I did.
Now, describe for the jury, even though you're a trained police officer, what happens when you're on duty as a fire department role?
On the fire department role, we're trained in numerous different things as first responders. I also recently had quit working for South Summit EMS as a advanced EMT. So we assist with whatever needs fire department needs. At that time, I assisted with the CPR efforts of the individual.
But it's fair to say that when you get called to a scene in your EMS role, you don't mix that with your law enforcement role.
Correct.
You stay in that lane for that call.
Correct.
So what were your responsibilities? Just highlight that for the jury when you arrived at the scene that night.
When I arrived that night, EMS had arrived before I had. I asked what they needed, and they asked me to take over airway.
At some point during your responsibilities there, were you asked to look for medications?
I was.
If we could please show the witness exhibit 1-5S.
He has it.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the bedroom where we were working on the individual, and it shows me reaching into the nightstand.
Is that photo a fair and accurate representation of you on that night?
Yes.
I'll move to admit exhibit 1-5S.
I just need to clarify, is there a second photo that's on this? Are there two photos? Because the one I have has two photos. And this may be a later one or an earlier one.
Is Sherbanek, forgive me, is this the 1
There
through
is- there
5
is two
series? No, it's different.
Different number.
Okay.
There are two pictures. No objection. As long
Okay.
as both pictures come in, no objection.
Sure.
Okay. Scott, will you go back to picture number 1? And I'll publish now. Just make sure the jury sees both photographs in 1-5S, which has been admitted.
And that's the exhibit you just looked at.
Yes.
And describe for the jury, where are you in this photo?
I'm the one wearing red next to the bed, where I just turned around from retrieving that bottle from the nightstand.
Scott, if we could go back to the first image, please. And what does this image show?
I believe that's where I was searching the nightstand drawers for any type of medications.
And you were asked to search, right?
Correct.
Who told you to look for medications?
I believe it was Margie Offred, who was the EMT on scene running the scenario, or not scenario, but the scene.
And Scott, if we could go to the next image. And you pulled something out of that nightstand, right?
Yes.
If we could show the witness exhibit 1-8, please. This has already been admitted. We can publish it to the jury. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the pill bottle that I found in the nightstand.
Just a moment. Sir, those are all my questions for the defense may have some as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I represent Ms. Richins along with several other attorneys here. So I want to just clarify, you said when you first got there, you were assisting EMT that were already on the scene,
Correct.
and someone was already doing CPR on Mr. Richins when you arrived in the room?
I believe when I arrived, they were just hooking up the Lucas machine, which is a machine that does CPR or chest compressions.
Okay, so there was not a human doing compressions before they hooked up the Lucas machine?
I do not recall if they were doing it and stopped to hook up the machine or if they were actually in the process of hooking it up.
And the individual, before they hooked up the machine, can you describe, besides Miss Offred, who was around the body?
I believe there was my partner firefighter that was there next to them and the other EMT that was on scene, but I do not recall who that was.
Can you describe their build for me?
Medium build males.
Both males.
Yes.
Thank you. You took over the airway, so you had to just clear an airway so they could get oxygen to them.
Correct. So my job was to deliver oxygen to him.
So did you put a tube down his throat?
Yes, I did.
And when you put the tube down his throat, was there any blood on his face before you did that?
Not that I can remember, no.
Okay, great. And after you put the tube down his throat, did you see blood come out of his mouth?
Shortly after, there was blood that showed up in the tube and coming out of his mouth.
How far how far down does the tube go that you insert into his throat?
Sits on top of the larynx.
So down to about where your voice, that's your voice box,
Correct.
right? Sorry.
Yes, correct. That
Not
area.
great at biology. Okay. All right. So have you seen that before where when you insert a tube into someone's throat, it can cause there to be bleeding in their throat?
Not usually, but yes, I have seen that before.
Okay, great. So then they're doing the CPR, and you were asked by Ms. Offred, who we just heard from, Margie, to check the nightstand for any medication. Is that right?
Yes.
And I noticed, can you pull up, please, Exhibit 15S, which has already been admitted, Your Honor. Can we please publish? I noticed you went to the bedstand on the nightstand on that side of the bed, right?
Correct.
So is your understanding that was the side of the bed that Mr. Richins had been on?
Yes.
Right. And you're pulling out a drawer. Is it the bottom drawer or the top drawer? Do you remember?
I believe there was only one drawer, but I am not sure.
I'd like to show you now exhibit, and this is not admitted yet. So if we could take down the publication and just let the witnessing counsel see exhibit 14S. Is it up?
He has it.
Okay, thank you. Is that the nightstand you pulled the pill out of?
That looks like the nightstand, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, could we move to admit 14S?
States 14S is admitted.
It's defense, yeah.
It's not the way it's marked.
Oh, sure, right. It's 14S. Sorry about that. Okay, there's the nightstand, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on that nightstand, Katie, can you zoom in to the top of the nightstand if it's possible? You may not be able to on this photo. Yeah, there you go. So that's phone is sitting in a charger. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it shows.
And right next to it, it looks like an Apple Watch that's on the little watch charger right next to it. Is that right? Can you tell?
Is that the one in front of the phone?
It's to the back of the phone.
Oh, okay.
See the
I
little
see that.
little
Yes.
square? I think that's an Apple Watch, but if I'm wrong, tell me.
I do not know. It very well could be.
And this picture of the nightstand, there's no wallet on it, correct?
Correct.
There's some pills and a little metal like push thing that you push pills out of, right? Do you see that next to the TV power?
Yes.
All right. And were those pills taken by you or anyone else, do you know, to be tested?
They were definitely not taken by me.
Okay. All right. Can we also just to the witness only show States Exhibit 1-9? Only the witness. It's not admitted yet, Your Honor. Do you see that picture? That's a little better and clear and close up.
Yes.
All right. In that picture, were you still there when the wallet was put on the nightstand?
I do not recall if I was or not.
Okay. But that is the same nightstand we're talking about.
Yes.
Your Honor, can we move to admit 1-9? No objection.
States 1-9 is admitted.
May we please publish it to the jury? Okay. Can we please blow that up as big as we can, just focused on the nightstand? Okay, so here you can see the Apple Watch a little more clearly, right?
Yes.
And you can also see a wallet that's been added to the table that was not there before, right?
Yes.
Did you put that?
We don't know the timing of these photographs. That foundation has not been laid.
Well, it's in now, so.
you can compare the photos. You can't state when the wallet was there or wasn't there.
Okay, sorry, I'll retract that. That's fair. Can we zoom in at the very bottom of the power of the power TV? There's some white specks on the nightstand. Can you try to zoom into that if possible? Right there. Do you see those white specks on the nightstand?
Yes.
Did you see the white specks on the nightstand when you were there that night?
I do not recall it being there.
Did you gather them or swab them or put them in a little plastic bag to be tested later?
I did not.
So as you sit here now, can you tell the jury what those white specks are?
White specks.
That's it. All right. Okay. Also, was there a time where you found Mrs. Richins' phone and handed it to a deputy? Did the deputy come in looking for her phone?
I do not recall.
You can't remember that?
I do not.
Do you remember her phone being in the room at any point?
I do not.
All right. And did you personally have any conversations with Ms. Richins that night?
I may have asked her if he had taken anything or how long he had been down, but I do not recall.
You can't remember for sure.
I don't know for sure.
In your experience, both as a police officer and a trained medical responder, is it fair to say that it was apparent to you he had been deceased for some time?
Yes.
Thank you. I think that's all I have. Just one moment. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Ms. Sherman.
One question, Judge. Sergeant Cernich, was it your job that night to collect evidence?
It was not.
That's all I have.
You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Mine.
You might
He
drink
can
a
be-
glass of water.
Your Honor, he can be finally excused.
Yes, you are released, sir. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state has a witness ready, but I think the defense.
Okay, I want to share with you guys about the attorney. Thank you, Maud, so much for this. Kouri's attorney, Sky Lazaro, has been a staunch advocate for her client, who has or was denied any involvement in her husband's death. But Lazaro failed to withdraw from the case on Friday, citing the ethical mandate from irreconcilable, non-waivable situation. The issue emerged from the civil case Kouri is facing from her husband's family. No other explanation was given, only that the issue came to light after Kouri's most recent hearing on May 15th. On Monday, the judge granted the motion to withdraw at a closed hearing. A status hearing in the case was scheduled for May. So, the motion accuses Bloodworth of violating Kouri's attorney-client privilege multiple times, including saving records in jail phone calls. Kouri's attorney alerted prosecutors that some of her phone calls with counsel were produced in discovery. Bloodworth's response saying that's because Kouri's attorney refused to register and download the app that shielded attorney-client calls. It seems like the attorney consisted to the state maintaining the record. They consented. Hello. The defense says it never consented, and Kouri never waived her attorney right privilege. There's a whole. I'm sorry, it's wonky, guys. I got two streams going. I'll read over it again during break, but we do have some information on the attorneys. Back to court.
Wanted their expert to be present.
Judge, yes, we had an agreement that we would be notified of when an expert would be testifying, that we are expert to listen in. That wasn't done. And so we're trying to work that right now. We emailed or texted our expert, and we're working on that, but he has not responded as of yet. So I've asked Mr. Burmester if he could move it to to the back of the line until I get noticed.
That expert is somebody that's physically present in the state of Utah.
They're expert.
Yours.
No, he's going to be remote WebEx listening in.
Okay. May we take I'm going to let you stretch your legs here for a minute. This may take a minute. Rise for the jury, please. All right, folks, have a seat. Mr. Ramos, tell me, what was your understanding of the deal that you had reached with State's Counsel?
So what we would do is we would be given 24-hour notice of their expert testifying. So we can make arrangements for our expert either be present physically or listen in to the proceedings.
With the idea that if they're listening in real time, they can send you feedback, suggestions.
Not even that. Well, I mean, obviously, I would be able to consult with them if that was the case, but more than anything, so they could listen in to see if they were going to offer anything in rebuttal.
They can do that no matter what. I mean, I can watch the entirety of yesterday's proceedings right now
No,
on
I
Court
understand
TV.
that. That's why I'm saying it's
Yeah.
it's kind of too far.
Okay. And then I'm inferring that your position is that who's the expert?
Your Honor, it's Dr. Almer, the medical examiner.
Okay. Was this person on the witness list for, or the proposed list for today?
Your Honor, I guess no, although we had a discussion at the end of yesterday's trial that where were we going after crime scene? And I said, you know, I informed counsel, whatever, 5 o'clock yesterday that we would be going to medical examiners after crime scene. So this isn't a shock, but I did not say we will bring in Dr. Ulmer tomorrow.
How long do you think you have in your direct with Dr. Ulmer?
My direct is probably 30 minutes.
Okay. So what if we say we'll do the direct of Dr. Ulmer, which your expert would be able to go back and review during the lunch hour if you need to, and we'll start cross after lunch.
So my only concern is that I'm attempting to get a hold of him to see if he's available right now to view those. So I've sent a text message as soon as Mr. Burmester told me. So that's what I'm waiting on. I have no problem with that, assuming I can get confirmation that he can log on.
That's the best I can do.
Say that again.
That's the best I can do.
I understand.
Okay.
Could you,
Okay, both courts are in break, and I can talk now without the warbling of sound. My apologies. I got 2 lives going at once, and it doesn't like it when I do that. We were talking about Kouri and her attorneys and whether they were court private pay or pro bono. So Kouri's attorney, Sky Lozano, was a staunch advocate for her client, who she said did not do what she's accused of. And she was like all gung-ho and all in. And then after a recent hearing, May 15th of last year, Lozano filed to withdraw from the case, citing irreconcilable and non-waiverable situation. The judge granted that motion. But before Lozano filed the motion to withdraw, she asked the judge to disqualify the prosecution from the case, specifically the chief prosecutor, Brad Bloodsworth, due to the involvement in severe violations that compromise the integrity of the adversarial fairness. So that motion, of course, was denied, but the Kouri's attorney stated that the prosecutor had some of the phone calls from court, from the jail, that the prosecution was not privy to, and the prosecution responded saying that the attorney Lazaro refused to use the app that attorneys are supposed to use when contacting their clients in jail because it is a shield app. That means when they go through that app to communicate with the person in jail, what it does is it keeps the confidentiality. But because she went on a main telephone line, did not use the app, did not do what the lawyer was supposed to do, well, it was the recorded call was given to the prosecution. So we know now where that ends. Everybody's in court. So we have a break coming up on this side. Let me see if I can skim through. Yep, we're going to skim through the jury coming in. I'm going to go ahead and get the court going back over the Kouri Richins side. And we are still in break over at the Colin Gray side. So Colin Gray, you've got a few minutes. You'll be seeing a little bit of the Kouri Richins until court comes back. Also, I want to say the daughter of the defendant and the sister to the Colt who shot up the school was testifying. So this minor child was up on the stand. I think she's almost 18 now, but she is living with a foster family and has had no contact with her family since this has happened. A lot of responsibility on that girl, and I think she did a great job. But she did explain the dynamics in the family, how Colin Gray would also depend on her a lot to talk things through and would ask her advice on how to handle his son. And so I think that there was a lot of responsibility put on that young girl. I'm happy she's being a kid right now. I'm happy that that responsibility is no longer on her. I think it's ridiculous that parents put that kind of responsibility on a child. Definitely these parents had no boundaries with their kids. All right, back into court.
We're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. Have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mobley, can you please state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
Maggie Mobley, Mobley.
Are you employed, Ms. Mobley?
Yes.
How?
I am employed with the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
In what capacity?
Right now I'm a medical Mobley.
Are you employed, Ms. Mobley?
Yes.
How?
I am employed with the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
In what capacity?
Right now I'm a medical examiner's assistant.
Okay. Do you know the term morgue clerk?
Yes, that is what I was in 2022.
Oh, okay. So it's a different job assignment, not a
Yes.
rotating one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in 2022, you were a morgue clerk.
Correct.
Could you describe what a morgue clerk does?
A morgue clerk is responsible for receiving and releasing decedents, as well as answering phone calls and the door.
I see. So could you tell us just very briefly how a body comes in just generally and what the procedure is?
So a case will come up in our system. We will make a folder with the decedent's information, and then transport will bring the decedent to us, and that's when we take custody of the decedent, and then we will inventory the decedent's belongings.
I see. So you say transport. Is that oftentimes a vendor that's contracted with the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, were you working on March 4th, early morning,
Yes.
March 4th? Did you receive the body of Eric Richins on that morning?
I did.
Okay. So walk us through. The vendor brings the body in. What happens? What happens?
I'm responsible for breaking the seal.
Okay.
As long as the body bag has been sealed, I will take a photo of the seal before it has been broken. I'll record the number of the seal and then take photos of the decedent and his belongings, inventory that on an inventory sheet before putting the decedent in a cooler.
Okay. If there are belongings, are they inside the bag or outside of the bag?
Inside the bag.
I see. And when you have belongings, do they go in the refrigerator with the
Yes,
body?
the belongings will.
The belongings will. Okay. In this particular case, can we see, it's already been offered. So 10-3.
Any objection to publishing to the jury, Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the first photo I take before the seal. So that is the seal before broken. So it will be sealed on the scene,
Okay.
transported to us, and then that's the first photo I take before opening the body bag.
And did you make sure that this had not been broken into in a different way?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your case number from the Office of Medical Examiner?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you break the seal?
With scissors.
Okay. And then once that's happened, what did you do in this case?
You'll open the bag. We will write down the seal number on our papers for
Okay.
our record.
This is a written checklist or a written form that you fill out?
Yes.
I see. Okay.
And then we record the clothing that the decedent would be wearing, any medications that would have come with the decedent, and any identification as well.
Okay. Did you record that in this case?
Yes.
And what did you do with the identification?
Driver's licenses, we make a copy on our copying machine, and those will stay with the folder and the
Okay.
paperwork.
How about any medications or medication bottles?
Yes, we receive those and put those in a locker as evidence.
Okay. And are those made available to the medical examiner doctor who later
Yes,
does an autopsy?
our investigation will take custody of that, and the doctor has access to all of that information.
I see. Upon completion of the autopsy, and if it comes to a point where there's no more need for the physical body, in this case of Eric Richins, what happens next to the body?
With the body, as you mean as a morgue clerk?
Yes.
We would release to a funeral home. In this case, I'm unaware.
Okay. Are the driver's license and those sorts of things released to the funeral home as well?
Yes, as long as they were not collected as evidence.
I see. Okay. I don't have any more questions for this one.
Mr. Ramos.
Good morning, Ms. Mobley.
Good morning.
We've spoken on the phone before.
Mhm.
Just to get clarification, it was unclear to me in the way the question was asked. When you receive the body, the medications are inside of the bag, correct?
Correct.
And I imagine they're in a separate bag?
They would be in either a paper bag or a plastic bag.
And do you open that bag?
I would not.
Okay.
Unless there was a driver's license in the same bag.
And in this case, do you remember if they were separate?
I'm unsure.
Okay. But you knew they were medications.
Yes.
And I imagine the reason, or just tell me the reason how you knew they were medications.
They're in the photo. You
Okay.
can see them.
And which photo was that?
Those intake photos.
Is it just the one that you just took? Or I'm sorry, the
Um,
one that was just shown to you? Is there a different one?
I'm responsible for taking photos when I receive the body.
Okay.
So they are with the body.
Got it. Do you remember the medications in this case specifically?
That's not my job to look.
Okay. I'm going to show you two documents, and just to her, Your Honor. And the first one, I do see I believe it's your initial or maybe even your full name. So we're going to start with that one. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. And could you tell me kind of what it is?
That looks like a printout of the record that I put the medications in a locker and the chain of custody aspect of it.
Perfect. I'm going to show you another document, okay? Now, do you recognize what this document is?
I recognize what it is, yeah.
Okay. But you didn't do this part?
No.
Okay. One second. Now, is this this document that you're looking at right now, is it related to this case?
Yeah, it's a good way.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
I'll give her one moment. You can now see it.
Yes.
Okay. And is this something that's kept kind of in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Okay. We would move to admit at this point, Judge.
No objection.
I need a number.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll put one
It'll be
on.
3006, Your Honor.
Okay, so any objection to publishing this to the jury, Mr. Burmester?
No, Your Honor, I'll be
You
using
don't
it
need
for
to.
Dr. Ulmer.
No, we don't need to publish it right now, but just
Okay.
as long as it's admitted.
I just need to create a descriptor for Brittany, defense D3006, entitled Report on Prescriptions Found with Body is Admitted.
Perfect. Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Burmester?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down.
Thank you.
You're free to go. Thank you. What's next?
And it's here. Okay. I'll get Dr. Ulmer.
Very good.
Mr. Burmester gets his former may Mr. Ludwig and I approach.
Of course. Dr. Ulmer, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Mind bending the mic down just a little bit. Thank you. Mr.
Okay.
Burmester.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Pamela Sue Ulmer, Ulmer.
Ms. Ulmer, are you employed?
No, I'm retired.
What in 2022 were you employed?
Yes, I was a medical examiner at the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
There's a term forensic pathologist. Is that what the capacity you were serving in?
That's correct.
What is a forensic pathologist?
So a pathologist is a medical doctor who has gone through all of the medical training and then done residency in pathology. For a forensic pathologist, we do additional training in forensic pathology specifically. And then we sit for boards and take all of our board certifications for both pathology and forensic pathology.
I see. So when you receive a body, just generally speaking, into the OME, what is the procedure? What happens?
So basically, I'll start at the scene because an investigator will be at the scene. And then the body at that point will get sealed in a body bag that has a seal identification number on it, goes through the zipper pull so that it can't be tampered with while it's being transferred from the scene to the office. Once it gets to the office, then it's brought in and documented by a morgue clerk who's going to put various information into the computer, identifying information and stuff. We used to actually open the body bag at that time and take an identification photo, and then the body would go into the cooler. But I believe we changed our policy though, so that at the time that this event was going on, the body bag was still sealed when it went into the cooler, and it wasn't unsealed until we would start the autopsy examination.
I see. So did you perform an autopsy on the body of a person named Kouri Richins on March 5th of 2022?
I did.
You recall about what time that began?
I don't have any paperwork with me, but it was around 7:30 in the morning.
I see. You very briefly went into your education. Could you give us a brief description of your education to become a forensic pathologist?
Sure. So medical training is a 4-year degree. I specifically went to an osteopathic school, but whether it's an osteopathic or an allopathic school, it's the same type of training. So I did my medical school at Des Moines University in Iowa. Then I went on to do my pathology residency training at Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska. So that's typically either a 3-year or 4-year program, depending on what you're doing. For me, because I was going into forensic pathology, I opted to do 3 years of pathology and then 2 years of forensic pathology training to take care of all of my residency and fellowship training.
I see. So after all your training, where did you go next?
So I did my fellowship. The first year of my fellowship was at King County Medical Examiner's Office in Seattle. And then at that point, I still had 1 more year of training that I needed to do, but I got hired on at the Medical Examiner's Office in Salt Lake City. And so we coordinated so that my first year at the office would also count as my 2nd year of forensic pathology training.
I see. Did you stay on then after that year?
I did.
Okay. How long did you serve then at the Utah Medical Examiner?
So I started my employment there in July of 2009, and I retired January 1st of 2023.
That 2009 is including that year of
training, yes.
Yes, okay. Are you, or at the time, were you certified by any certifying board?
Yes, so I was certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology by the Board of Pathology.
Were you a member of any professional organizations?
Over the years, I've been a member of a variety of pathology-related and forensic pathology organizations, including the National Association of Medical Examiners, as well as the American Society of Clinical Pathology.
Have you ever testified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Multiple times.
Okay. Do you have a ballpark figure for how many times?
You know, I don't have my case log anymore, so a lot of it was preliminary hearings for various cases, and then as well as doing like other types of cases. So maybe about between 75 and 100 times for all of my testifying.
When you do an autopsy, first of all, what is an autopsy, I guess?
So it's an external and internal examination of the body. So we're basically looking for why the person died. We do an external examination describing any unique features of the body. In a forensic autopsy, we also describe like the clothing, any identifying features like the color of the eyes, any tattoos, anything like that, because we need to know who the person is as well as why they died. So all of those items get documented. Additionally, any like scars or anything like that to show any prior medical procedures or injuries. Any injuries that they might have sustained, whether it's bruising or gunshot wound or anything like that. And then once all of the external items are documented, then we start on the internal examination. So we'll do a Y-shaped incision on the chest. Skin gets reflected as well as the fat and muscle. And then we can see the rib cage. The rib cage will get removed. Then we're looking at all of the organs in the chest and abdomen. So those all get examined in the body, and then they're removed and weighed to see if they look normal and whether they're of normal weight or within range of normal weight. And then we do the same thing with the head. We'll make an incision across the top of the head, reflect the scalp, and cut the skull off so that we can look at the brain in place and then remove the brain and look at it out on the table and weigh it. Everything is sliced so that we can make sure there's no natural disease on the inside that would explain why they're dead. Like if a person had a stroke, you might see that in their brain. If they had a heart attack, we might see a blood clot in their heart, or there might be muscle deterioration. So a lot of different things that we can examine and document to explain why the person is dead. We also draw different blood samples, urine sample, gastric contents. We're looking at all of that so that A, we can see what it looks like, and B, so then we can retain it for toxicology purposes.
I see. So you go through, it sounds like you go through these methodically, like system by bodily system.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the standard in your field?
It is.
You mentioned also that you take samples, blood, gastric, etc. Do you always analyze those, or is that just by case by case?
Some items are case by case. We'll routinely do toxicology analysis on blood and vitreous fluid. So that allows us to screen for common things, and then we can determine whether an expanded panel is needed or other testing. Since this case was during the COVID era, pretty much everybody was getting swabs so that COVID PCR could be done. And then there's other microbiological cultures that might be performed on a case-by-case basis, as well as other types of laboratory testing for, say, like potassium level or something like that. So it depends on why we think the person might have died to answer those questions.
Do those samples get sent out to other labs, or are they examined internally at the medical examiner's office?
They get sent out to other laboratories.
I see. You talk now about generally the procedure. Is that what you followed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. With identification, you mentioned right off the bat is an important thing. Is that what you did in this case?
Yes. So obviously at the scene, because he was at his residence, his wife was able to identify him. But we also look at photographic identification, meaning driver's license, and we can compare that to the individual to make sure that they look like their photo. So that's if it's a case where there's additional identification needed, because maybe we don't know who they are and they don't have any identification with them, then we can do fingerprint analysis, or we have to go further, we can do DNA analysis.
But you didn't have to in this case.
No.
So do you have a worksheet or something that you use as you go along and write information such as the time, the seal number, and all those things?
Yes, there's an autopsy worksheet.
Okay. Can I show to the witness State's Exhibit 10-4? Do you see that up there?
Yes.
Could you, do you recognize it?
So it's a body diagram
Okay.
showing notes that I made during the autopsy.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate copy of that worksheet?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 10-4.
Yes. No objection. 10-4 is admitted.
Would ask to publish that.
There you are.
Okay, there's one thing I wanted to have you identify. Have you written down the tag number from the seal?
Yes, I have.
And what's that number?
It's 0002713.
Let's move on then to the external exam. What did you notice or anything? We can take 10. I don't think that 10-4 is necessary.
So basically, he had evidence that he had received CPR. He had an endotracheal tube in his mouth. He had needles in both shoulders in order for IV fluid to be submitted. He also had defibrillator pads that were on him. There was really no evidence of injury. EKG pads were also present, and I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, was there blood present externally on his face?
There was.
Can you explain that?
So in cases of potential drug overdose, it is not unusual for opiate overdoses specifically to have pulmonary edema. So you've got foaming of the mouth coming from the lungs. And then in addition to that, then when you're receiving CPR and you have that intrathoracic pressure that every time a compression is made, that's contributing to the lung injury. And so it's not unusual to have blood seeping out with that fluid from just the vasculature of the lungs. But in addition, when somebody gets intubated, there's a risk that they might get mouth injury or they might get other injury just when the tube is being inserted. And so with that, every time you're doing a compression, you've got potentially a blood-tinged fluid that's spurting out.
I see. Did you see any evidence of injury that contributed to death during your external examination?
No.
Okay. Let's move on then to your internal examination. What is the first thing that you look at?
Well, the first thing I looked at were the ribs. He had rib fractures on the left side, on the front. I believe it was ribs 4 and 5 were fractured, which was most likely from CPR. And then you remove the chest plate and you're looking at the heart and lungs.
Well, let's take a look then. Let's go down system by system. Did you lay those out system by system in a report that you subsequently produced?
I did.
Okay. Cardiovascular system. There's a mention here of 50% occlusion. Could you tell the jury a little bit about what that means?
So it just means that he had the beginning stages of coronary artery disease, so that the lumen of the vessels in his heart were thickened. It's usually not thought to be significant until they're at least 75% occluded or more. And this is a common finding in adult males in general, and then adult women as they also age. There was no indication of any kind of coronary artery thrombus to indicate that he had a blood clot form in his heart and cause a heart attack. And so there was no damage to the heart muscle. The heart was within normal range for weight.
Okay. So that was not a cause of death?
No.
Okay. Respiratory system, you noted trachea, bronchi, foam present.
Correct.
I think you've said that was probably from CPR.
So it's probably originated from his fentanyl overdose.
I see. Okay.
CPR can also cause pulmonary edema, but since he had no return of circulation during this CPR process, the majority of that fluid and that foam probably originated from the drug overdose, but CPR can still contribute to it.
I see. Okay. Pleural surface small tan white nodules.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So on the surface of his lungs, he had these little tiny white nodules all over, which are little granulomas. I looked at them. So in addition to removing all of the organs, I also did histologic examination on the main organs, which means I took a little piece of tissue so that it could then be cut very thinly and then stained and looked at under the microscope.
And did you look under the microscope at these?
I did.
Okay.
And so you can visually see them on the lungs just looking at them grossly. They were very obvious. And they're just little small granulomas that were coating the surface of the lungs.
I see. And is there some significance in this case about those?
There is, because his history, his work employment history, he was a stonemason. And so all of that dust that's created when you're cutting either brick or blocks you can inhale it if you're not wearing a respirator or a mask. And then that goes into your lungs, and your body tries to protect itself by sequestering that stuff off. And so then these little granulomas form.
I see. Did that contribute to his death?
I don't believe it did. He had the granulomas present. He also had a small amount of pleural fluid present associated with these, but it wasn't significant enough. There wasn't like scar tissue that was in his lungs that was preventing him from breathing or anything like that. So I felt like it did not contribute to his death.
Did you note anything about his liver and biliary system, biliary?
From my recollection, the liver was normal. There was no surprises there.
Okay. What did you note, if anything, about the digestive system?
Again, I don't have any notes in front of me, but he had about 700 milliliters of pink fluid that also had like food particles in it that were partially digested. Some of that was retained and saved for toxicology purposes.
Did you have a discussion with Brianna Peterson from NMS about the volume that you measured from the gastric?
I may have, I don't recollect it.
I see. Do you have any idea about the pink coloration? Was that from anything that you're aware of, or?
No.
Is it okay? Urogenital system.
Okay.
Was there anything? Did you note?
Kidneys looked fine. Bladder looked fine. The genitalia all looked normal within limits. So.
Reticuloendothelial system.
So that's referring to more like your organs, like the spleen or lymph nodes, things that have to do with immune response. And he did have, so when you have those types of granulomas in the lungs, it's not unusual for the lymph nodes surrounding the lungs to also have the same kind of stuff in them and also have granuloma formation. And I did see that when I did histology on those lymph nodes in that area.
I see.
Otherwise, the spleen and everything looked normal.
Okay. Endocrine system? Was there anything that you documented?
No.
Excuse me. And musculoskeletal system, anything?
Other than the rib fractures, it was all normal.
Now you mentioned you sent some samples out to histology. Did you receive those things back and look under the microscope yourself later?
I did. For part of them I did. Part of them were examined, I guess, at the state lab. So let me clarify. So we did microbiology testing of the lungs, which you just collect a swab. And so each lung was swabbed and sent to the lab. We had that tested for bacterial infection as well as fungal infection and then TB infection. And that was significant because we had all of these granulomas in the lungs, as well as he'd recently had a history of having COVID. And so just to confirm that there was no active infection going on that I could document that was causing those granulomas, like TB, for example, or any kind of fungal infection, all to explain what was going on in the lungs. And the only thing that I saw, again, was the granulomas that were due to his work history. In addition, I did special stains to confirm that there were no fungal elements present and that there were no significant changes to the lung tissue, as well as the heart and the liver and the kidneys. I did see the granulomas in the lungs and those lymph nodes.
So absolutely no fungal infection in the lungs?
No. And to clarify, that was not by culture, that was only by looking at the stain. So
Did you, no, we'll get to that, I guess, in just a minute. I guess with histology, you also sent out liver samples, epiglottis, or was this just part of your internal exam? Maybe I mixed that up.
I think I did submit a section of the epiglottis, and I'm not sure whether that was specifically because he had a history of allergies that was reported. And just to confirm that there was no evidence of anaphylaxis.
And was there?
The tissue was denuded, but I did not see any evidence of histamine release granules that were in the tissue itself. So I can't, it did not appear that anaphylaxis was an issue.
Did you send out samples or send out samples to the health department for disease and fungal cultures?
So I did for the bacterial cultures, I did for the TB stain or the Mycobacterium stain, and yeah, I don't have the autopsy report in front of me, so I can't answer a lot of this stuff.
Would it be helpful to look at your report?
It would be, yes.
And approach the window. Of course. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, this is the report that was generated by myself after the autopsy examination was performed on Mr. Richins.
Can you find the portion of your report where you're talking about disease, the samples that you sent to the public health lab?
So for the public health lab, we did an Auramine O stain, which is a special stain that they do looking for acid-fast bacteria, and that's to help rule out tuberculosis, which again would be something that would cause that type of granuloma pattern on the lungs. And that was negative as reported by them because they observed it. I did not look at that particular slide. In addition, we did bacterial cultures, again, on the right and left lung. Those grew up multiple organisms, and when I see that, usually what it means is it's just normal flora from the respiratory tree, and then as you are dead, these organisms just continue to grow inside your body, and so you will see more of them show up with these postmortem cultures. If the person was dead from a specific bacterial infection, say like streptococcal pneumonia or something like that, you should predominantly just see the streptococcal bacteria and not all of this other stuff quite as broadly. So that just looked like postmortem change. And then we did a blood bacterial culture, which also, it came back no growth. And so there was no evidence of any kind of sepsis. The COVID swab for SARS-CoV-2, which is the organism name, that was positive. So he did test positive for COVID. And my understanding is that he had been sick with COVID-like symptoms, more of like a cold, recently prior to his death. But at the time of autopsy, he did not show any evidence of like pneumonia that we would normally see for someone who's dying from COVID.
Your Honor, there's a good little portion left. I wanted to know, based on time, if this was, could we break and return to Dr. Ulmer, or could it be?
Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No, that everybody would like that.
Okay. I need you to sit tight for just a moment, if you don't mind. Folks, let's take a lunch break. We have lunch for you. It's 12:10. Why don't we come back at 12:45? Is that agreeable, counsel?
Here's to the state
Judge, if I may get up just a little bit more, let's get the issue that we're dealing with the expert.
No problem. 1 o'clock?
I'll take anything. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. 1 p.m. We'll be back on the record. I appreciate it. Please stand for the jury. Have a seat, folks. Thank you.
Do you remember what kind of accessories they would argue about?
No, sir.
Now, you have testified today that there were physical fights between your dad and Cole.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And did Colt ever charge at your father?
Yes, sir.
And what would happen when he did that?
He would fight back. Like,
what would your dad do in response?
he would fight back.
Your dad would fight back? How?
Yeah.
Specifically?
He would just try to get him to stop, like, you know, push him to the ground, stuff like that.
Okay. Would he ever put him in a bear hug?
Yes, sir.
Grab and hold him until he calmed down?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said earlier in describing physical altercations, are you saying your dad would make a fist and try and hit Colt with his fist?
Yes, sir.
And you would have told that to the interviewer when they asked that question in September of 2004, right?
If I can remember.
Okay. Colt would try and punch your dad?
Yes, sir.
Would you have told the interviewer that?
I don't remember.
Okay. What would happen when your dad made a fist and swung at Colt? Would he hit him?
What do you mean?
Well, you said your dad would make a fist, right?
Yeah.
And that they would punch at each other, right?
Yes.
So what would happen when that happened? What did you see?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that you never saw your dad hit Cole?
No, sir.
That you never saw your dad kick Cole?
No, sir.
That you never saw your dad choke Cole?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling the interviewer any of that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that in these altercations, once Colt would calm down, typically he would end up throwing something?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that there were usually stages to these fights?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer there was a fight about a month before school started between your dad and Colt?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad didn't really know about anything Colt was doing on his computer?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt was very watchy about his privacy and stuff?
No, sir.
Was Colt concerned about the privacy on his computer, to your knowledge?
I think a little bit,
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would use burner accounts?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would delete his accounts after a week or two?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know why he would delete his accounts?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that the names of his accounts were just random combinations of letters and numbers?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would be on websites like Tumblr,
No, sir.
websites like YouTube,
No, sir.
Twitch,
No, sir.
Discord,
Yes, sir.
Pinterest?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer on Pinterest Colt would make boards about like inspiration and vibes?
No, sir.
People that he looked up to?
Yes, sir.
Aesthetics?
No, sir.
Do you know who some of the people would be on his Pinterest board?
Not by name, no.
Do you remember Colt talking to you about school shooters?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that he would act as if you knew who they were?
Yes,
these
sir.
shooters. Did you know who they were before he told you?
No, sir.
Were you interested in any of those folks?
No, sir.
Would you act like you were when you talked to Colt?
No, sir.
And you didn't tell the interviewer that? You did not tell the interviewer you would act as if you were interested when he told you about the school shooters?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
Okay. You remember telling the interviewer Colt would act like that kind of stuff was normal,
Yes, sir.
that it was common knowledge?
Yes, sir.
You would say that some of the stuff that he would put on the Pinterest boards, did you tell the interviewer he would also print out photos of them
Yes, sir.
or print out articles
Yes, sir.
and stuff like that and put it on the walls?
Yes, sir.
Would your dad ever go into Colt's room?
Yes, sir.
Would your dad ever go into the computer room?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad usually never goes in there.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer why Colt would change his account so much?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell the interviewer it was because he was nervous about police?
No, sir.
That he was nervous about the FBI?
No, sir.
That he was eerie about that kind of stuff?
No, sir.
That he would try to avoid anything that's connected to them?
No, sir.
That he would try his best to hide himself?
No, sir.
You didn't tell any of that stuff to the interviewer?
Not that I remember now.
Not that you remember. Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that the account names were just clusters of numbers and letters and stuff that Colt used?
No, sir.
That his usernames or account names were just random sequences of these different letters and numbers?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling them that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would watch stuff on YouTube?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling him that he would watch court videos?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling the interviewer he would watch footage of other people?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling the interviewer Colt would watch videos of people he looked up to?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer what he would watch on Twitch?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that he would talk to you, Colt would talk to you on Discord?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Discord was one of those that he routinely changed his name very quickly, his username?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that he would look stuff up about different people on Reddit?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would have friends that he spoke to on Discord?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer on the morning of the shooter that Colt was acting kind of different?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt told you about making a video?
Yes, sir.
Why did that seem strange or weird?
I forgot, sir.
Do you remember when Colt left for school that morning?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember seeing his backpack?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember seeing a big piece of poster board sticking out of his backpack?
Yes, sir.
Was it wrapped up, the poster board?
Yes, sir.
Was there a hat on top of the poster board?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if you saw pictures on the wall that Colt had put on the wall?
Yes, sir.
What room was that in?
It was the room across from the bathroom.
Across from the bathroom. Okay. Did you know were they photographs of people?
Yes, sir.
Did you know who the photographs of the people in the photographs were?
Not by name, but I knew that they had something to do with shootings.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad didn't know who those people were?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt wouldn't talk around that kind of stuff around your dad?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt was allowed to be around guns?
Yes, sir.
You remember telling the interviewer that Colt and his dad would go to the shooting range sometimes?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that they would go to the range once a year, something like that?
No, sir.
Do you think it was more often?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. And do you remember telling the interviewer that the guns were long guns that they would go to the range with?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that when Colt would get into these arguments or fights with your dad, he never had the gun?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that you and your dad had had a conversation about Colt having anger issues?
Yes, sir.
And is that when you were talking to your dad about trying to find him a therapist?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad was very close to having a therapist or counselor set up for Colt?
No, sir.
Do you remember having a conversation with your dad about Colt being suicidal?
No, sir.
About Colt being homicidal?
No, sir.
Wanting to hurt someone else?
No, sir.
Do you remember having conversations with your dad where he said he was worried about Colt?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever nervous around Colt?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer you were nervous after arguments with Colt?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad wanted to get Colt on medication?
Yes, sir.
Did do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would talk to you about looking up these people he looked up to?
No, sir.
You remember telling the interviewer that Colt tried to be discreet about it?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer when she asked you about the shooting on the 4th that you could
Mr. Burmer, is there anything we need to address before inviting the jury back in?
No, Your Honor, from my perspective, only.
Mr. Ramos?
Sorry.
It's okay. Anything on the record before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're still under oath. Okay, sounds good. Have some water. Okay. We're ready for the jury. Feel free to have a seat. Thank you. All right, folks, have a seat. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Ulmer, when we last left off, we were talking about the results from the Public Health Department.
Yes.
Neighboring the Public Health Department is the tox lab. My understanding is there was you had sent a vitreous sample to the tox lab for testing there.
It was routine to send vitreous samples to the state toxicology lab for volatile testing, which would be looking for various alcohols, like alcohol that you would ingest, like ethyl alcohol or methanol or other alcohols that could be determined whether that would participate in the cause of death or not.
And vitreous fluid is from the eyes?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this case, did you get a result back from them?
If I can get that report back, that would be helpful. But my recollection was that the vitreous fluid was negative for any type of volatiles. Yes, it's none detected for ethanol, acetone, isopropanol, or methanol.
Okay.
No, I've been talking all this time and nobody told me there was no sound. Really? Okay, under no circumstances should a minor on the stand be asked if she's had a legal name change or why. And that's what just happened in the Cullen. There's a legal name change for this minor to protect her. And the lawyer comes out there and said, well, is it basically true that you don't have to tell me what your new name is, but you've had a name change? I lost my shite. I apologize. I wanted to go code red. I had to have my children's name changed. They're adults now, so it's not as much of a problem. But we all had legal name changes because of my ex went to prison, and that's sealed. That is not supposed to be talked about. Now they're at a sidebar. But I am so mad right now. I apologize for the horn. I forgot it would go over to the other live as well. So my apologies, but just FYI, should be off the table. That should never have happened. That is inappropriate. And you know what? I've already had somebody in another media get mad at me for getting mad. Guess what, y'all? Guess what? I have the right. I've lived it. I've been there. I know what it's like. And it is not a place anybody should have to be. That is untouchable. And they should never have done it. Breaks my heart. Poor girl. She's doing good on the stand, though.
Something important about vitreous versus blood with regards to alcohol that you're aware of?
Well, it's multiple things, actually. For one thing, it's kind of a sequestered area. You don't have direct blood flow to that area, so things just kind of pass through the membranes as opposed to having direct blood flow. And so it's kind of protected and it's delayed. And so like if you're comparing like a blood alcohol to the vitreous alcohol, the blood alcohol will be different than the vitreous alcohol depending on whether the alcohol is going up or going down in the intoxication time frame.
I see.
And then also because it's protected, you're less likely to have bacterial contamination of the vitreous fluid because some bacteria produce alcohols during decomposition. So you have more of this sequestered environment.
Okay, so a more perfect record, so to speak.
Yes.
So did you, you also sent out samples to NMS Labs?
That's correct.
And what is NMS Labs to your knowledge?
I'm sorry?
What is NMS Labs to your knowledge? I mean,
they're a reference laboratory that does toxicology testing. So they do clinical toxicology as well as forensic toxicology. And we were using them at that time for any of our more complicated cases.
I see. Okay. And so you send it, and this lab is located in a different state or something?
That's correct. I believe it's in Pennsylvania.
I see. Did you get a result from them?
I did.
And what information did you get?
So the primary information was that there was a fentanyl level of 15 and a norfentanyl level of 3.3, and those are both in nanograms per mil. Additional information that was not confirmed but still indicated presence was naloxone, caffeine, and 4-ANPP.
Okay, so, and that's from the blood samples that were sent?
Correct. I'm sorry, because we did two different stages of testing.
Okay.
So this was all of the blood testing. And then after I got this testing back and we decided we needed more information, then we also had testing performed on gastric contents. And the purpose of that was to determine if there were any other drugs present in the stomach contents that weren't necessarily showing up in the blood test, and then B, to give an idea of where the fentanyl might be coming from, because the question would be, was it orally ingested or was it injected, or, you know, trying to narrow that down a little bit. Um, and so that was part of the rationale for doing the gastric testing.
Let's stick to the blood for a minute. First of all, where did you draw the blood?
So initially, they probably would have attempted to do a femoral stick, but because when you die and you start going through all of these changes that your body goes through after you're dead, the blood clots. And so I'm not sure if this was specifically what happened for this case, but they probably tried to draw femoral blood. And because it's a smaller gauge needle, because they're just going down through the skin, they were probably unsuccessful in getting any of the blood to come up into the needle or any significant amount.
When you say they, who is they?
The autopsy techs assisting on the case with the autopsy. So that we have folks who are trained to assist with the autopsies. And so they will a lot of times do the toxicology sample collection.
Okay, so it's a team.
It's a
you and these other personnel.
That's correct. Our office is way too busy to just have the doc go boom, 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 and do everything. So,
and so, did whoever drew the blood from that team, where did they end up getting it from?
so they ended up having to go inside when we opened the body up, and they entered in through the inferior vena cava. And then you direct it down towards the femoral artery, because the syringe that you're using when you're collecting these samples, when you're going into the body, not through the skin, but once you're inside and actually doing it, is a huge syringe with a big long needle. So the needle itself is probably 5 to 6 inches long.
I see. So I'm not sure, femoral artery, I gather, is the legs?
You're going for so it's
by your finger.
But usually when you're collecting it, when you're going through the skin, you're going in the groin area.
I see.
And so you kind of go femoral, inguinal region. And so in this particular case, we weren't necessarily getting specifically femoral blood, but we weren't getting blood specifically from the inferior vena cava either. It was in that region.
Okay, so what is the inferior vena cava?
So in the body, you have arteries and veins. The arteries, generally, you're taking blood from the lungs that's oxygenated, and the heart distributes it out to the different portions of your body.
Okay.
And then the veins bring the deoxygenated blood back. And so the best source for collecting toxicology samples is peripheral blood, which is further away.
Okay.
And so when you're talking about the inferior vena cava, the leg veins come back and they connect in the middle, and this is the inferior vena cava that then eventually moves the blood back up to the heart. And so that's the process of bringing the peripheral blood then back up. And so it's still essentially peripheral blood, but you're getting closer to the major organs.
Okay, we'll talk about any problems with that in just a minute. So this quantity, you said there was, I think you said 15 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl?
That's correct.
Okay. As a medical examiner, is that, explain what the importance of that number is.
So what you're doing is you're taking the information that you have and you're looking and comparing it to what would be expected in someone who's not taking the drug at all. You expect not to find any. Someone who's taking it as a prescribed medication, so you expect it to be within therapeutic range. And then once you start seeing above that, then you have the potential to go into a level that would be toxic, and if it's high enough, then potentially cause death.
Okay. And in this case, the number 15 nanograms in the blood, given its location.
So with the information available to me at the time of the autopsy, the decedent did not have a history of any kind of illicit drug use or prescription medication abuse. So the fentanyl level should have been 0. There should not have been any fentanyl or norfentanyl present. The fact that I have fentanyl present tells me that fentanyl was obviously ingested at some point recent. And then if you try to manipulate from the information that's available in the toxicology report, as well as other toxicology references, then there's kind of estimated therapeutic range versus toxic range versus
15 nanograms per milliliter, is that a toxic range?
in someone who is not prescribed this medication and taking it routinely, it is toxic.
And what is norfentanyl?
Norfentanyl is a metabolite of fentanyl. So you're ingesting the fentanyl drug, and then it's being absorbed and going through the liver, and then you are having it broken down into other pieces, and norfentanyl is one of those metabolites.
Okay. And okay, when it breaks down, like is it the body's way of getting rid of this toxin? I mean, it's breaking it down so it can get rid of it.
It could be breaking it down to be getting rid of it, or it could be breaking it down into a component that actually does the work.
I see.
So the drug that you ingest may not be the drug that's active. It might break down into other components that are active, or there might be other variables that play into it that I'm not describing very well because it's been too long since I've done this.
The at some point in your at some point in this process, did you request a Doppel report? You know, the report of any prescriptions?
That was a routine process that we did on cases, just to review and see if there were things that we should be paying attention to. And in this particular case, I believe that we reviewed at least 1 year's worth of medical history, and we might have gone back even a little bit further once we saw the fentanyl present. But I don't have any further information other than just the fact that there was nothing that was seen except for some testosterone, I believe was the only thing that we saw that was in Doppel. So they don't see all medications. I think they just predominantly see things that are classified.
Schedule 1,
right,
2, 3,
right.
4. Your Honor, I'd like to just show the court and the council States Exhibit 1-27.
One moment, please. I'll fix that. I promise. Scott, do me a favor. Would you mind unplugging and plugging back in to see if that helps?
The Colin Gray trial, they are still on break. They have not returned. So we are going to stay here until they do. Thanks for joining us.
Yes. I'm just asking, is it? Okay.
Mr. Burmester, the witness is currently looking at states 1-27.
Your Honor, the state would proffer that 1-27 is a self-authenticating document, and we would offer states 127.
Is there any objection? Is this a one-page document?
It should be 2 pages, Your Honor.
Scott, can I see the second page? I don't know that Mr. Ramos saw the second page. And you should take a look at the second page.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Of course.
Now we're gonna go to. I'm. Do I still have no sound? So we've had some interesting twists happening. If you're just joining us, thank you so much. I kind of lost my cool a minute ago, and if it bothered some of y'all, my apologies, but I don't like the fact that children's rights, especially this young girl's, was violated. Hold on. Hold on. All right, they're bringing the jury back in. Let's see what happens.
Mr. Burmester, your next exhibit or next question, please.
Yes. The, excuse me. So, did the medical examiner's office receive prescription medication bottles and or prescriptions with the body?
Yes, they did.
And so did you or your team make note of those?
Yes. There was information in the investigator's report, and then there's also a separate form that shows the inventory that would have been done by a different investigator.
Can I take a look at states or Defense Exhibit 3006, please? I think that's been offered and admitted and published.
Yeah.
So,
It hasn't been published yet, but.
oh, it
no
hasn't?
objection. No objection.
Okay. Would ask that it be published.
Okay, one moment. There you go.
Okay. So there appears to be 5 substances. Can you, I guess they're not substances. These are taken from labels of bottles?
Yes, these are medications.
Okay. Can you, starting from the top, going down to the bottom, can we talk about those?
So there's an injectable form of testosterone, doxycycline, hydrocodone / acetaminophen, and then disulfiram and naltrexone.
Okay, so let's what is the doxycycline?
It's an antibiotic. It's a broad spectrum antibiotic.
And according to the label, when was that prescribed?
That was prescribed July 3rd of 2019.
By Dr. Peterson?
Correct.
Okay, then the next one is hydrocodone.
It was prescribed June 29th of 2016 by Dr. Charles Lind.
And hydrocodone, do you know what that is? Or
It's a pain medication. It's another opiate pain medication.
okay. Then we've got disulfiram.
Disulfiram was prescribed December 9th of 2019 by Dr. Andrew Peterson.
And does it have multiple uses?
It does. As a prescribed drug, it's commonly used for alcohol prevention. So another common name for it is antabuse.
Is it?
And then as an off-label use, it's used for chronic symptoms of Lyme disease.
I see. And naltrexone.
Naltrexone was prescribed August 24th of 2020 by Dr. Hunderman. Again, it's also used for helping to prevent people from drinking. And then it's also used for opiate reduction. So,
And does it have an off-label use?
it's also used for chronic symptoms or complications from Lyme disease.
And
I'm going to stop it right there. If you've never had antabuse or any of those kinds of drugs, if he's taking it for Lyme's disease, but if you digest certain things, that medication makes you sick as a dog. So if you're taking like antabuse and you drink alcohol, you're going to be vomiting and so very sick. So that's why I don't believe he was abusing any drugs because of this medication. I'm not a doctor. That's just personal knowledge, not from me, but somebody else.
this last one was prescribed in when?
2020. It's August 24th of 2020.
And how many were prescribed according to the label?
90 pills were prescribed. There were still 88 pills that were remaining.
Now, this is probably a super dumb question, but take hydrocodone, for example. If it's old and beyond its expiration date, does it spoil like food spoils and becomes more toxic or not?
Not that I'm aware of. Generally, what happens is that these medications tend to get less useful. They get weaker, if anything, but pretty much for a lot of them, they're stable for a really long time.
Let's move on. You said that at some point you asked to have NMS lab examine the gastric contents.
I did.
And you published a second report?
Yes.
This is the- In case you have to, if you can't remember, oh, you've got the gastric in the main one?
I hope, well, the supplemental is attached with the originals, so I've got it.
So what was tested for out of the gastric contents?
So again, it was for a complex toxicology panel that does, a wide range of drugs. And in this particular, so in the gastric contents, and I just have to be careful when I'm looking at this because they've combined both items into one report. So there was some ethanol present. That was 279 milligrams per deciliter.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a second. Does that mean there was 279 milligrams per deciliter of vodka or beer in his stomach when they tested it?
Well, it's not that simple because you have to take the volume of the gastric contents and then determine a bunch of information. So in essence, yes, per the aliquot that was measured, this is my understanding of it, that's the amount that was present in that test.
Now you mentioned before about decomposition. Is that a potential problem for this gastric sample?
It is because you'll have bacterial contamination in the stomach, and so that could potentially create a false positive.
Is there a way to determine what is alcoholic beverage versus decomposition alcohol?
No.
Okay. What else did you receive back?
So there was a presumptive positive for acetaminophen. There was a presumptive positive for caffeine. Quetiapine, which is an antipsychotic medication, was present at 16,000 nanograms per mil. The ethanol level was confirmed. Again, fentanyl was present at 20,000 nanograms per mil. And then norfentanyl was present at 52 nanograms per mil. And acetylfentanyl was present at 29 nanograms per mil.
As a medical examiner, do those numbers mean something in particular?
They mean call the toxicologist.
Okay.
Basically, as a medical examiner, I can say that we know that he reportedly had a drink at bedtime, so that might explain that presence of ethanol, or it could be decomposition, either one. We know that he was not reported to be taking any medication, so then I have no explanation for the quetiapine or the norfentanyl or fentanyl or the acetylfentanyl.
you've already said if for someone who is not using fentanyl that the 15 nanograms per milliliter in the blood was potentially toxic.
Correct.
How about 20,000 nanograms per milliliter in the stomach?
I can honestly say, since I haven't talked to a toxicologist in over 3 years, that I would defer to them because it sounds like a lot, but without having reference ranges to go by or someone to consult, I would not jump on that bandwagon by myself.
Quetiapine, did you find any evidence that he had been prescribed quetiapine, either through Doppel or through the medicines that you looked at?
No, and I didn't see any mention of it in the medical records that I had reviewed at that time. So,
well, that's a good point. When you made your report, were you able to come to an opinion, a conclusion?
yes,
About cause and manner of death?
yes.
And at that time, what was it that you were relying on to render this opinion?
So I was relying on information that was provided by family members on, how he'd been feeling or how he'd been acting. I was relying on information that was acquired by our death investigator. I was relying on information provided by law enforcement. And then I was also reviewing medical records from the physicians that I knew of that I could get records from.
Okay. In addition to your own observations of autopsy.
Right. And then in addition to,
Lab
reviewing Doppel and seeing what
So-
his history was.
Okay, so what was your opinion of the cause of death?
My opinion of the cause of death was drug intoxication by fentanyl.
In addition to the NMS labs, was there other evidence that you looked at specifically, say for example, pulmonary edema that corroborated the information that NMS labs provided?
Yes, he had heavy lungs and foamy edema. Like I said before, some of that could have been contributed to the CPR, but it was still quite an abundant amount that was present. So I would have a hard time excluding that wasn't also caused by the drug intoxication.
That's primarily occurs due to opioids?
Yes.
And
it can happen with other medications too that cause respiratory depression.
But there weren't any other intoxicants or medications other than fentanyl
that were prescribed or that were contributing?
That we know of. There was quetiapine found, fentanyl found.
Quetiapine can cause some sedation, but in this instance where we didn't initially see it in the blood, I don't know what to make of that since it was only seen in the gastric.
What opinion did you come to with regards to manner of death?
Could not be determined.
Okay, now let's talk about that determination is guided by a statutory scheme. Is that true?
Yes, we have classifications that it's divided into, and basically it's for statistical purposes. It's not really designed for other purposes per se. And so we're limited to natural, accident, homicide. I'm just blanking here.
Suicide?
Suicide, and then undetermined as well. And so because this investigation was still ongoing when I retired, I felt that could not be determined was the best solution for me to finish my report before I retired.
So, were there some, since the investigation's ongoing, you didn't have access to certain things?
Correct.
Did you have access to the forensic examination of electronic devices?
No.
Did you have access to financial documents investigation?
No.
Okay. At some point, do you release your report to family? Or
Yes, unless there's some reason not to. Yes, they need it for insurance purposes and just other documentary reasons.
okay, so on can we take a look at State's Exhibit 124, please?
The witness has it.
Do you recognize this?
No. Oh, it's scrolling through, so I'm.
Oh, okay.
It's a records request form.
Okay. There's some notations on it about ready for pickup and
You may need to zoom in, Mr. Burmester.
This record is from the Office of Medical Examiner, is it not?
Yes, but it's not something I would normally be looking at, so.
I see. Okay. We can, let's move on. During the course following the death of Eric Richins, until the records were released, did you have an occasion to talk to Kouri Richins?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay. And how did that, mechanically, how did that operate?
She would call and leave a message with the front office staff. The front office would leave a message on my desk, a written actual message form.
Can we see State's Exhibit 122, please?
And then I would call her back.
Okay.
Do you want her to see 122?
122.
My apologies, one moment. Witness can see it.
Okay.
Are those the slips that you received from your reception?
Yes.
Okay. And then is it a policy of the OME to document when you talk to people, such as when you call?
Yes,
Kouri
we have a
Richins
log
out?
form that we fill out.
Okay. I see State's Exhibit 123. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it would have been information that I typed in from a conversation.
Okay. On March 17th and then later, April 21st of 2022?
Correct.
Do you have an independent recollection of those conversations today?
Not explicitly, no.
So did Kouri Richins provide you certain information in those conversations?
Yeah, she provided me a lot of health-related information, indicated that he'd had Lyme disease 2 years ago, and that he was still having problems with neuropathy. So therefore, he was getting treated for that. And that's apparently a chronic problem that you can have with Lyme if it's not treated right away with antibiotics. also indicating that he wasn't feeling well currently or right before his death, that he was not feeling well in general and his chest hurt.
Did you
And
explain to her about the granulomas that you observed?
yes, and so the not feeling well and chest hurt could have been part of the problem with just recovering from COVID, as well as this granulomatous lung disease that he'd had from his chronic work exposure.
Did she offer up any other information?
That his mom had died from a fungal infection 3 years prior.
Okay.
And so, we did fungal stains just to make sure that his lungs weren't showing any indication of fungal pneumonia. And then just the fact that, he was a stonemason, and that's where he was getting this exposure to what I was seeing in these granulomas. So that was helpful to me because, he's cutting stone. So
you mentioned that you did this stain. That's part of the histology. You went back and looked for or was that the?
That was for the fungal organisms. Yeah.
And did you exclude that?
Yes.
On April 21st, you had another conversation with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did. And I believe that I indicated that the case was still ongoing. I asked if he ever had any history of drug use, and she said, other than just using some THC gummies, he had no history of drug use. So, so that was helpful.
Never used drugs is what your note says?
Correct.
Did she talk to you about those two substances on your list, the last one,
Yeah.
ETOH tests?
Yeah, the medications that are used for helping people not to drink. Is that what
Yes.
you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, basically he was being prescribed those medications to try and help with his chronic Lyme symptoms.
I see. Did she say he hadn't used those for a while?
Yes, that he hadn't taken any of it for 4 months.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is there-
Are we admitting 122 or 123?
The state would offer State's Exhibit 123.
Any objection, counsel?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, no. Okay, 1-23 is admitted.
No
Mr.
further-
Ramos is witness? Okay, very good. Didn't want to- okay, very good.
Just 123. We can, I have no problem doing it.
Yeah, can we do 122 as well?
Okay, very good. States 1-22 is also admitted.
Good afternoon, doctor. Hi. How's retirement? Besides today.
It's good.
Good.
I recommend it.
I'll get there one day. We talked about a lot, and I'm trying to kind of drink out of a fire hose, so I'll try to follow some semblance of a good timeline. But I want to talk about what you just left off on. You indicated chronic Lyme. Could you explain what that is?
So with Lyme disease, you can get kind of an antibody response that then also affects your body as it's trying to ward off the Lyme infection. And so you can end up with like chronic fatigue syndrome or peripheral neuropathy or things like that. Things that maybe more recently people would associate with long COVID. So
Okay. Is it painful? Bless you.
I guess it can be.
Yeah, you guess.
Yeah, I mean, peripheral neuropathy is definitely can be painful. So some people will just have tingly pinpoint feelings. Other people, maybe they just can't feel anything. So it varies from person to person. So.
And did you gather more information about Eric's Lyme disease and the pain that he was feeling?
No, I have not had the opportunity to review any of his medical records that I reviewed 3+ years ago. So my current recollection is limited to reviewing the information that I have available to me.
That's fair. Did you confirm that he actually had Lyme disease?
No, but it was in his medical record, I do believe.
Okay. Would you have been able to, having what you had at the time, you doing the autopsy, the records you had, would you have been able to confirm that?
I don't know how long the antibodies stick around, so I can't answer that effectively.
So possibly.
Possibly, but I don't know.
Okay. You indicated that one of the, and I can't remember which one, so if you can't remember, we'll pull up the medication that was listed. You mentioned opioid reduction for one of them. Do you recall that?
That's the naltrexone.
Naltrexone. And that was found in his system, correct?
No,
one was
naloxone was found in his system. That would have been given by when they were doing CPR, so that would have been given by EMS.
So the naltrexone, that's the one he had a prescription for.
Correct.
Tell me about opioid reduction. What do you mean by that?
So for people who are chronic abusers, whether it's using too much of their prescription medication or using illegal narcotics, and when they want to stop, then they might need something else to help them stop.
Okay. And do you recall how many were left?
Of the naltrexone?
Correct. Would it be helpful to pull it up?
Yes, it would be very helpful.
Just publish it just to
I want to say it was like
the doctor.
88 out of 90. So 90 were prescribed and there were still 88 present.
And how do you know, with the information you have, do you know how often they were, or Mr. Richins was told to take it?
If I were to go back and review the scene photos and look at the bottle, then yes.
But not with what you have.
Not with what I have, no. But this prescription was from 2020.
And do you know if those who are prescribed naloxone, is it something that you need to take daily, or does it vary just whenever you feel the urge, I guess?
I'm sure it's supposed to be taken on a certain time frame, but I don't know what that time frame is.
No problem. Mr. Burmester was talking to you about the blood alcohol level, or rather the presence of alcohol. I'd like to talk about that now.
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned that initially there was no presence found in the initial testing, but then there was an expanded panel done, and it was at that point that it was found.
Well, it was found in a different sample.
Correct, the gastric.
So the initial testing was done on the vitreous fluid, which was negative.
And was it found in the blood?
No.
So in the vitreous and the blood, no alcohol found, correct?
Correct.
But then with the expanded one, it was the gastric, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, does that tell you, in your profession, and you had mentioned earlier that maybe it's a toxicologist world, so let me know if that's the case here. That does it tell you those two things that you have, or I guess three, blood, vitreous, right, and then gastric? Does it tell you kind of chicken before the egg, which one was ingested first? Can you tell me that?
I can tell you that there was no measurable intoxicant related to alcohol that was in his blood or vitreous.
And with your knowledge, if it's in your gastric, does that indicate timing wise whether that was first and then it goes to the blood?
If it's from ingestion, I would say possibly. If it's from bacterial decomposition, then it doesn't tell us much.
Okay. And did you do any I don't know, additional tests or studies to try to determine that in this case?
No.
Okay. Was that asked of you?
No.
Okay. At any point, was it asked to determine whether or not the fentanyl was taken along with alcohol?
These are questions that I would not be able to answer because I don't think that they are answerable.
Okay. Actually, I'll go back to that. Let's go to the, was it 122, the calls, the messages, Katie? Can you just show that to just the witness judge? And page 2, please. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, but I mean, it's a typical note that we would get.
And this is one that was addressed to you.
Correct.
At the very bottom, there's a signature. Is that yours?
Yes, it says the call was returned on March 17th of 2022.
Perfect. Could we go to the case notes, Katie, for that same day, please?
So it's over here.
123 can do it.
She has it as well.
Sorry, I didn't know it was published. Is, what's in front of you, is that for the March 17th that you returned that call?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the case, is it called the case log, case notes? What would that?
Same thing.
Same thing. Is that automated?
Is it automated?
In terms of the, let me be more specific. Is
No,
it
I have to type it in.
But in terms of the time and date,
No,
it's not automated.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't know for a fact.
Okay.
Could we just do a?
Yeah. Could we not call it out? Yeah. So there you have a full view of what I see as case notes, case log, correct?
Right.
Okay. And so you can see that on the top, it has a date, time, doctor, and I guess who's calling. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, I know you're retired, whether you would have inputted that information, not the contents of it?
I believe I certainly would have entered the date and time. So yes, I think I would have entered that.
Okay. And
Because generally I would try and enter these as soon as I was done with the phone call. It didn't always happen in that fashion because I'll usually make paper notes and then, because you can't remember everything and you're not recording the phone call. So
correct. So when you get to the point where you are inputting it, correct me if I'm wrong, the purpose of inputting that information is that whoever's working on that case can have the information that you have.
as far as the investigators and stuff,
Sure.
sure, but mostly it's just a documentation of what happened.
That day.
Yeah.
And it seems like you, whenever calls were made to you, you did a pretty good job of summarizing what was discussed.
Yes, it was more for my recollection maybe than anybody else's.
Correct. And with that, kind of like you said, you were trying, or you indicated I imagine your team, correct?
Yes.
Does that include anybody outside of the Office of Medical Examiner?
No.
Okay. So people at the Office of Medical Examiner working on this case, notes for you to try to determine what the manner or cause of death is going to be in this case. Fair?
Correct.
And as people are calling you to get information, you're uploading all the contents of those calls, correct?
Yes.
And you do that with every call?
You try to do it, but sometimes you might be someplace, you might be in a situation where you can't. Like if, for example, when I was in the process of retiring, I might not be working from the office. I might be working from someplace else, and it just may not be feasible to do it because I might be making phone calls on my personal phone, for example.
Sure.
So,
and so in this case, you did get a note that Ms. Richins called on March 17th, and then you did speak with her that day, correct?
yes,
And then you put that information in there.
yes,
And in that discussion, you talked about the lungs and how Eric's mother had died previously, correct?
yes.
And I want to get the timing right. Mr. Burmester asked you about the fungal testing that you had done. Was that before or after this call?
I'm sure it was before because since I already knew they were granulomatous lungs, I wanted to look at what might be causing that problem.
Okay. And when did you get the results back from fungal?
Well, when did I get the slides back?
Yeah. When did you determine that the fungal?
I can't say for sure when I reviewed the slides.
So it could have been before or after this call.
Well, I wouldn't have been able to review them until they were back.
Right.
So I don't know the timeline on that.
Okay.
It would have required special stains, which I think I did order up front. But I'm not sure that I have that information in front of me.
You discussed the NMS labs and how you had sent out, or your team had sent out for further testing. The expanded lab, is that, or the expanded panel?
Yes.
Okay. Can we pull that up? Is that up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw a couple of these during Mr. Burmester's direct examination, correct?
Yes. One for the blood toxicology and then one for the gastric toxicology. Yes.
Okay. And now we're just clicking through all of these fairly fast. I just want, do you remember how many pages you received back from NMS labs?
What I see is what's in the autopsy report.
Okay, so let's pause there, Katie. So with the NMS labs, the only document that you received was just that one? The one that's in your...
The one that's in the original report and then the one that's in the supplemental report.
Okay, and those are the only ones you received from NMS?
That's what I received, yes.
Okay. If you could highlight, Katie, for the doctor, the page number at the bottom for the last page. Can you see that, doctor?
Yep.
And how many pages is that?
999.
Now, you had mentioned earlier toxicologist. As she was clicking through all of these, I think there's graphs and everything. Is that something that's more suited for a toxicologist to be able to interpret what's in those documents?
For this extent, yes, that's Yes.
Okay. So I won't ask you any questions on that.
Okay. I've never seen one of these before. It's
good. Would have been an awkward cross-examination. No, we talked about that. I'd like to talk to you about I think it was before the lunch break. You talked about the anaphylaxis, kind of like a reaction. Do you remember that?
yes.
Could you talk to me a little bit more about that? I want to make sure I understand that.
So he had a history of allergies, just a broad history.
Right.
And I don't really know how much information I had, and I don't know whether I was more concerned about the COVID or about the allergies when I put that section in of the epiglottis. But for people who have chronic allergies and who are known to carry EpiPens around, then that's always something that you're concerned about.
Okay. And so what is it that you found exactly?
I found nothing of interest. It was just normal inflammation, and I didn't find any histamine response that would be of concern with anaphylaxis. So you have cells that release the histamine, and that's what causes you to have the throat swelling or whatever response you have when you have these severe allergy reactions. So,
And the allergy reactions, they could be for plants or trees.
yeah, I mean, the one that we classically see is for peanuts.
Peanuts. Medication.
Could be.
Um,
There's really only a couple of things that I've actually seen it for in the office. Peanuts is one of them, and maybe another thing would be like for like an antibiotic.
like penicillin.
Yeah.
What about opioid drugs?
No, I've never seen that.
You never seen it? Does it exist?
I don't know, but it possibly could. I mean, there's always going to be somebody who's allergic to stuff, but I've never seen it, so I can't answer intelligently about it.
That's fine. If somebody were to have been, I'm allergic to, well, I shouldn't say this. If somebody's allergic to a medication, and it would come up, right? And so that medication or that nut allergy, you would think that you would see it every time that individual ingested whatever that was.
No.
So a nut allergy could happen once and not again.
Could happen. Usually what happens is it doesn't happen, and then all of a sudden it happens. I mean, it's going to vary, and this is, again, getting a little bit out of my realm,
That's
but you may have a mild response to it, but you never know when you might have a maximum response to it. But the range of drugs or whatever that would cause that type of reaction are beyond my purview, and so
you can't say sitting here today that fentanyl causes an allergic reaction in anybody.
I cannot. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying I can't say it does.
If it had, you would have seen it here.
I don't know what type of allergic reaction it would cause. Not all things that cause. So most of the medications that your doctor says you're allergic to, it's just that it didn't work for you. Like they'll switch you from your one high blood pressure medication because now you've got a cough.
Okay.
And so they're saying, well, we need to put you on a different one. And it may not be that you're allergic to that medication. It may just be that that medication either A, isn't working for you, or you have a side effect to it that's undesirable. And so when you have all of these things that you're listed in your medical record that says allergies, it may not really be an allergy. It's just where they document that stuff.
Understood. The food particle that was, you indicated that you saved it. Is that correct? Food particles?
The gastric contents,
And the gastric contents, correct.
we saved a portion of it.
Okay. And did you locate any THC gummies in there?
Nope.
Okay. Did you look for them? Should have asked that first.
I'm sure they would have melted by then.
That's fair enough.
And there was no measurable THC in the toxicology analysis either. I don't know that I would have had to order that specifically. I can't remember.
Okay, fair. Can we pull up the? Can you, may we publish that? Just to doctor.
So we're going to show the witness this document. Okay.
And can you see that, doctor?
Yes.
The time of death, that is, you are referring to the time that it was called, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Richins actually passed, do you know?
No.
So the time of death is just the time it was called.
That's correct. We have limited information that we can go by, last known alive time, and when CPR was performed, once they stopped performing it. And if there's no obvious information in between, there's maybe some soft factors that we can use to kind of narrow it down. But typically, I'm going to go by last known alive time and when his time of death was called by EMS or in the emergency room or wherever.
Okay.
Can we go to the second page?
Another possible explanation would be time found. So those are the three kind of guidelines.
Okay. And now with what you have there in front of you, I want you to just review that real quick. Do you recognize both pages of the document in front of you?
Yes, this is the form that when you request a death certificate, this is what it looks like.
Okay. And is that the final one? We could-
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit. Is it 300? No, 7. 3007.
Do you want to use defendant's exhibit for the time?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Mr. Burmester, defendant's 1088.
We do not object.
Okay. Defendant's 1088 is admitted. Are we publishing to the jury?
Yes, Judge. Second page, that highlight. Or
Will
that
you show
call
the
out.
first page before we get there? Just so they understand what they're looking at. Thank you.
So this is a certificate of death here, correct?
Correct.
And now the information that's contained in it, this was, I don't know, like for a better word, you signed off on it.
Yeah, we do a preliminary death certificate initially. Just you have to have a death certificate of some form in order to initiate a lot of things that occur after death for, the funeral home and whatnot. So we'll do a preliminary one that's basically just says pending.
Okay.
And then once we determine what the cause and manner of death are, then we amend it.
Okay. Let's go to the second page if we could do a call out. And so this is the pending on that first line, correct?
Yes.
Now, the amendment, it seems to just track the same day. I imagine that's not obviously how it went. Maybe this was internal. Could you just help explain that? Is that just when the amendment was?
That's the amendment when that was done, yes.
Okay. Now, initially, the immediate cause of death was pending, as you said, and then it changed to drug intoxication, fentanyl.
Correct.
Now, that was the cause of death, and now the manner of death was pending to not determined.
Correct.
Okay. Now, that never changed, correct? The manner of death, as I'm reading through it.
What do you mean it never changed? It changed from pending to not determined.
Sorry, since then, I apologize.
No, it hasn't
Okay,
changed.
so that's remained the same.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we could take that off, Judge. You indicated that as you're working specifically on this case, you are gathering information from everywhere.
Correct.
So from NMS labs, correct?
Yes.
Getting fungal slides or testing done,
Yes.
speaking with law enforcement,
Yes.
and using their reports
Yes.
from your OME investigator, correct?
Yes.
From calls that you've received from Ms. Richins,
Yes.
from calls you received from other members of the Richins family,
Yes.
and those are all documented as we saw in the case log, correct? Correct.
Correct.
Now, did you have meetings with Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes. I mean, I certainly had phone calls with them. I don't know whether I had in-person meetings or not. I can't remember.
Okay. And during those calls, what did you learn, or meetings?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Were you told that law enforcement believed that it was a poisoning? If you don't remember, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, yeah. I'm sure that I had some logs in there that indicated some of the conversations, but
But you don't remember now.
I don't, yeah, I mean, I can't remember individual conversations. That's why I make notes.
Right. Now, regardless, with all that universe, right, of information, you can also ask for follow-up, correct?
As far as what?
Anything. So let's say Ms. Richins indicated something to you, you can have a conversation with her.
Yeah.
Try to get a little bit more. Correct?
Yes,
And when you're speaking with, did you speak with Detective Woody?
I did.
And so speaking with Detective Woody was giving you information, correct?
Yes,
And you could also have a conversation with Detective Woody and say, well, could you follow up on X, Y, or Z? Correct?
I usually don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
I'm just trying to see that all of this you indicated you were gathering all this information so that you could ultimately make a determination as to the manner of death, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so you indicated that you had, make sure I get this right, natural cause of death?
yes,
Suicide was one of them?
yes,
Homicide?
yes.
Not determined?
An accident.
An accident. So, for example, the accident with the information you have here, if you were to have been given information, hypothetical, that Mr. Richins took a pill, not knowing what it was, that could have assisted you in determining whether it was an accident.
Correct.
And that is why it's important to get all the information, all the details to you so you can make that determination.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, when was it? I think it was June, but correct me if I'm wrong. When was it that you made that final determination of undetermined or not determined? Do you recall the date? Or would you like to see the death certificate? Or
The death certificate said June 22nd,
so that would have been it.
I would imagine.
Okay. So after you have all the information, you've gotten everything back from NMS Labs, you've spoken with everybody, the world of that information, the answer you came up with was not determined.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know you've been retired. When did you retire?
January 1st, 2023.
So about 6 months before, right? In that time, did you see in your line of work overdose deaths
All the time.
from fentanyl?
All the time.
Accidental?
All the time.
Not determined?
I probably saw some of those as well.
And then I imagine suicide?
Yep.
Would you say that during your time that has increased? That number that you saw?
During that era, yes.
And what era would that be? 2020 to 2022?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay.
2018 to 22.
Were you familiar with the one pill, one kills? One pill kills, I mean?
Not that phrase, but
Okay.
certainly the concept.
And were you trained on that in while you were or before you retired as to the increase in fentanyl overdose?
I saw it. I didn't have to be trained on it, yes, but I mean, sure.
Okay. My point is that you've seen a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of fentanyl overdoses recent or before you retired.
Yes.
Okay. Promise you I'm almost done. Okay. Check with my colleagues.
I said promises, 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 promises. Promise me not.
In your case log, a case note, specifically that March 17th call with Kouri, there was no reason for any of us to believe that that call did not happen, correct? No, I know it's funny.
Correct.
Yeah, because you did have that call on that day, correct?
Yes.
And you did speak with Ms. Richins on that day, correct?
Yes.
And you did discuss lungs and what was in that day, correct?
Whatever it said.
And as well as you knew, at least at that point, or timeline's off, but at least that you looked into that fungal situation and you were aware of Eric's mother's passing from something related to fungal infection, correct?
From the information that she provided, yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you so much, doctor. Enjoy retirement.
Mr. Burmester.
So, to be clear, the fungal infection information was not you providing it to her, but rather she provided it to you. The fungal
From that
phone call.
information, yes.
Yeah.
But the testing that I performed was just routine testing for the type of case that it was with the granulomatous lungs.
And so could we get that I didn't get the dates right, I guess, on the death certificate. Did we look at that last page again? thought it was already published. Yes.
I mean, so the jury can see it right now.
Yes.
Yeah. What part do you want us to zoom in on?
The second page. Now, do you create this document? You, the OME, the Office of Medical
Vital
Attorney?
records. I mean, I type the basic information in, and then this information is populated through vital records.
And so the only thing I see on here is June 6th. So you change, no, not change, you finalize the cause and manner of death on June 6th. Is that a fair statement of what's going on there?
That's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So, as of June 6, 2022, did you have any of the text evidence from Kouri Richins' phone at your disposal to make your determination?
No.
How about phone calls from Kouri Richins?
Anything further would have been what was documented in the call log.
But you didn't have recordings of phone calls or Verizon or T-Mobile or whatever things, correct?
No.
Okay. And you didn't have access to any financial documents at this point?
No.
June 6th. Okay. Let's talk about what's going on there. That's you have those categories, and that's required by statute. You need to call it at some point in one of those homicide, suicide, accident, natural death, or undetermined, correct?
Yes.
So homicide, that isn't a legal criminal determination.
No, it's simply a term that we use indicating that the death was caused by another person.
As opposed to suicide, for example.
Yes.
You, lawyer, me, goodness.
This is, I would guess at its core, a scientific endeavor. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What you do or did do?
Yes.
So, in pursuit of science, you don't start from a presumption, I would assume, that you look at all the evidence before you make, and you go off of the evidence that you receive before you proceed in any direction.
Correct. You might have a working hypothesis, so you have a direction to start in. But yeah, you have to be receptive to all of the additional information.
Okay. And by June 6th, in your possession, did you have anything that would help you to determine whether this was a homicide, poisoning, or accidental, or
No,
suicide? Okay. And that's why you came up with the decision you came up with.
that's correct.
Do you consider motive evidence when you're making a determination of homicide, suicide?
Not typically.
I think I just missed it, but you said there were some things that you are unaware of whether they can be determined, or the things that can be determined. Is one of them whether the alcohol found in the gastric fluid ingested or decomposition, to sort those two out?
There's no way to sort those out because the chemical makeup is the same either way.
I see. Lyme disease, is it fatal?
It can be.
Did you see any evidence that Lyme disease was fatal in this case?
No.
Finally, is there anything, any change in your opinion that the cause of death in this case was fentanyl intoxication?
No, I don't have any additional information to provide otherwise.
Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, anything within the scope of redirect?
Yes. Of course. No post. You know, it's going to be quick.
From June, when that change was made, until you retired in January 2023, you had the opportunity to change anything if you felt it warranted changing, correct?
It was discussed with law enforcement that if they had additional information that they would let me know. I was busy signing out hundreds of other cases. I was still cutting cases, and this was not the only case that I was working on.
And during that time, you weren't provided with any additional information from the law enforcement that did cause you to change anything.
No, because my understanding was the investigation was still active.
Okay. And from that point on, obviously you have nothing else to do with it, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Sure.
I have nothing else, Your Honor. for this
Dr.
witness.
Ulmer, thank you for being here. You can step down.
Okay.
Folks, let's take a restroom break, please. Please rise for the jury.
He's so tall.
Have a seat, please. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we take a recess?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor,
Do we need to deal with the
Yes,
altered
that's-
document?
I want to talk about that now.
You know,
Let's one
Yes,
step at a
I'd be happy
time.
to.
So, do we need to deal with this now, or do you want to keep running with?
while they're on a break, I don't mind talking about it, but if the court chooses to, that as we were preparing for trial, I recognized that though our subpoena had asked for the full year, they got us a random month in March. So I sent I asked them to give us the information we had asked for. Then they send us the correct time frame, but in the header, the caption labeled Eric Richins defendant. It's not appropriate. So we said, okay, can we try and get the information that we asked for? They finally provided it. And that's why what they had received prior, though we've continued to send out the reports as we receive them.
Can forgive me, I've already forgotten how this document was marked. What's the number?
It was 1-27.
Can somebody put 127 up for me?
I've got it up, Your Honor.
Okay, one moment, please. Scott, would you please go to page 2 for me?
I can't see it. I'm sorry, Judge.
I appreciate that. One moment. Okay, so Mr. Burmester, I understand that this declaration signed by Jeffrey Henry and dated 19th of February 2026 is the declaration that you most recently received along with the document that's page 1 that you most recently received. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is really problematic. So I am looking at the original document they gave us, and it has different dates that have been altered.
Well,
And
hold
the
on. Why isn't it just different documents produced at different times?
Okay.
What indication do you have? For example, the one that you're looking at, the declaration that's page 2, what's the date on the declaration?
3/1/21.
No. What's the date on the
Oh,
declaration?
it's dated January 9th,
January 9th. The exact same date is, I'm sorry, this one's dated 19th of February.
So they're not seeking to admit the one that you're looking at. They're seeking to admit a different one that is authenticated on a different day. If you would please have a conversation with them about whether you have any objections to that one during the break, we can pick it back up after that.
All right.
Thank you. Folks, back at 2:50, please.
Okay, everybody, we're here. Let me catch everybody up on what's been going on. I have no sound. My Bluetooth finally went out on my hearing aids, and I can't hear any voice. I can hear you, Diane, but well, no, I really can't. But I somewhat hear you, and the earring is just driving me nuts, so it's coming off. So in the Colin Gray trial, his daughter came on the stand today and testified to the number one, the parents were not being, and I'm paraphrasing, the parents were not parenting. In fact, the father was asking a 13-year-old daughter advice on how to handle the brother. They were back and forth between parents and grandparents. Her brother was manipulative, controlling, violent. He would sit there, and if he didn't get what he wanted, he would take a weapon of some sort and cut up furniture, stab the walls. He would bust out windows. He's out of control. And when the father purchased the lead shooter, she did say that the mother and even herself had asked him to store it safely, and she admitted he did not. She did talk about some of the conversations with the school and therapists and things like that a little bit, but not much. I find it interesting that when she was speaking about her brother specifically, there's a lot of I don't remembers. But when it was geared more towards the father, and I want to go back and rewatch her testimony because I had two trials going at the same time, and I have both sounds in the same time, and it's hard to separate it. But I recall that there was a lot of dancing around the brother, but yet she had memory for the father. She is currently living with a foster family, and she's very, very happy as far as we know from what she stated. She wants to stay with them. It was very evident. The lifestyle in the home was that she stated the father would go in his room and the brother would go in his room, and pretty much there wasn't much reaction unless there was an explosion. Good a point. If you're having behavioral problems with your kid, why would you buy them a weapon? You know, sometimes men believe that if their child is acting out, we'll get a weapon, we'll go hunting, I'll teach them how to be a man. Okay, that's all fine and good, but when you're not actually hunting with the weapon, then it's under lock and key and nobody can get to it but you. It's not kept in your son's room, along with magazines and the ammo. There was a conversation recorded on one of his interviews where the father talks clearly about when they use the weapon, a weapon, not the weapon. Ammo got stuck. It kind of like it just kind of misfired, fired wrong. It scared him, i.e., the son, Colt. And per the father's words, and I'm not sure I'm believing it, but per the father's words, he wanted a different weapon. Now, one of two things. Three things. He's totally lying. Two, the boy may have asked for a different weapon because it may have been too big or uncomfortable with the way it felt. That happens. And three, it was a smaller weapon and he wanted an excuse to get the AR, and that was it. I don't know. The mother's testimony, I rewatched some of that last night, and the mother's testimony to me, I could see some truth of the matter in there, but I could also see some shifting. Now I'm going to switch over to the Kouri Richardson trial. I am struggling with not only her reaction the night that her husband was found deceased, but the reaction of her mother. The sister's reaction, I think, out of everybody was the most natural, normal reaction you would see. I find it very heartbreaking that these children, you have the master bedroom, there's like a little hallway. You got a hallway, and then you have a little turn, and then the master bedroom. But right where that turn, there's a door with a room. So the master bedroom has a hall, kind of a T. The children were right behind that door and could hear everything the police were saying. And that really breaks my heart. Apparently, from what I understand, is don't take this as gospel truth. I don't want to get yelled at for being wrong. I personally think or believe or understand that the children are with the father's family, but whom in the family, I'm not going to say, even if I knew. But I firmly believe that the mother's reaction, i.e., Kouri, Kouri, I've just been around it too much. And I don't believe her initial reaction. I understand her being there with him when the police arrive. They start CPR, they start the machine, they do all that. They take her out of the room. Why at that point did you not go in with your babies? Get your babies and get them out of that area. Go upstairs, opposite end of the house. Why did you not? I mean, it was, to me, it was a 30 minutes at least, if not more, in my humble opinion. I'm not exactly sure on the time, but it was an extended period of time, in my humble opinion, that she sat with the police, talked to the police. The grandmother shows up, her mother, the maternal grandmother, shows up. I don't see the grandmother being as reactive as I would expect. And some of the information that she gives up, for example, oh, he had chest pain and he was pale, wasn't brought up until she was asked, does he have any heart conditions? Oh, that kind of thought. As much as she was spitting information out about other things, I would expect her to have put that out there immediately because she volunteered he had Lyme's disease. They didn't ask, does he have Lyme's disease? So it just felt awkward to me. Now, she could be innocent. I'm not saying, I'm not biased, but just in my personal life, in my personal experience, I'm not fully believing her. And the grandmother, let me ask you, Miss Diane. Your daughter calls you and says she found her husband in bed, cold and heavy. 911's been called. And then you get a call from the police officer's phone. And she's on the phone crying, saying he's not breathing, he's not breathing. And you say, okay, I'm heading over. You walk in the door and you see that she is physically alive and fine. You know there are 3 grandbabies, young ones, in that house, right in that same hallway where all this action is happening. What would you do? And I'm going to unmute you. Hold on. Ready? I'll interpret you.
Okay, I would go and get the children, and I would put them in a different part, and I'd say, "Stay there for a minute. I need to talk to your mommy." Then I go to mommy, get a quick whatever, and then I'd go back to the kids because there's nothing I can do. I can't bring him back to life. I can't say who did what, but I can look after those babies.
Okay, that is exactly my point. And the grandmother sat with the daughter. The grandmother they waited for the sister-in-law and her husband to show up. I don't remember if the dad finally showed up. The father, I think they all eventually showed up, the father of the victim. But um, it wasn't until the police officer told them, okay, he's gone. EMS and all them are gone. They've shut the door. They're not allowing anybody else in the room now. The police officers secured the room. And after asking mom all these questions, she says, okay, there's going to be a lot of commotion. A lot's going to happen. Why don't we get the kids out of here and in another part of the house? That's when the sister, the mother, I think, go in. Kouri and her sister go in and get the kids. And then I see the brother-in-law carrying two of the children around. And, but it was sad that they say that the kids said that they heard the police officers either told them or they heard the police officer say, Daddy's dead. And didn't hear it from Mama. I want to hear from you guys who are watching and lurking. Do you find any of that unusual? And she said something. I'm not saying this is her exact words because I'm not hearing. I'm captioning and lip reading, and captioning doesn't get it right all the time. But along the lines of, she kept saying, and we're okay. And we've been okay. That is strange. It's like Sarah Boone saying, it was a good day. I used to have her little sound clip. It's a good day. But he's dead, so it is not a good day. So, in my humble opinion, if I'm on the jury with the knowledge and what I have in my life, that video is very damning. It does not help her. It may not really hurt her because you can't necessarily use a lot of that against her, but it sure doesn't help her any. The fact that she took out a life insurance policy, the fact that she was majorly in debt. And do you know what? I know people who flip houses who constantly live in $1 million debt. That's a part of the part of the business. But I don't understand why she was going and getting a lot of hard loans, hard money loans, unsecured loans. She was flipping houses. That's fine. She did real estate. That was fine. But it's just something not adding up. Now, I'm not saying he couldn't just died. Was he, 39? People have just in their 20s just dropped dead and no one know why. I mean, it happens. But she made him a Moscow Mule. It's a liquor drink, for those who don't know. I just learned. I don't know what's in it. I can look it up. If you know what's in the Moscow Mule, please put it in your comments below. And then that was just a few days. Now, Valentine's Day in February, was it a sandwich or something she gave him to eat? He became very ill. Allegedly, he told his family he was worried that she was trying to kill him. That don't know for sure unless we have it in a text or in writing from him. I can't put too much weight in that because to me that's hearsay. But ginger beer, vodka, and lime juice. Is it good? I couldn't have it because it's got lime. Is it good? Just curious. I've tasted ginger beer. Not bad. Not my cup of tea. If it was offered to me and there's the only thing, I'd drink it, but it's not something I would go pay for. Not a beer drinker. You've never had a beer in your life. My grandfather made us, my brother and I, have a sip because when we were little, we were begging. We want beer. We want grandpa to drink. We want to drink. We want to drink. And he said, no, it's for grown-ups. You can't have it. It's gross. And finally he said, okay, take a sip. And I mean, I all but threw up. And ever since then, I'm just, no. The smell is bad too. I can't do the smell. And what's worse is the smell on people's breath after they've drinking 10 or 12 of them and they're in your face breathing. It's like, I could almost get sick just thinking about it. Maybe one day, can I do a Moscow Mule without the lime juice? Because vodka doesn't bother me. So, I don't know. I just don't know how much of her testimony I can believe. And again, I'm not prejudiced. I'm looking. I don't know as much about this case because we were focused on major cases elsewhere. So this one, I'm almost coming in like an alternate juror. I know very little. I know the basis of this case. I don't know the deep dives in this case. The judge is getting ready to come back. So in my humble opinion, at this point, I have a lot of questions about her testimony, but can I get to guilty if we went to jury? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just verbally talking it out. What do y'all think? Do you think that video harmed her or helped her? I'm going to put it in a poll. And we are back. Let me turn it on. Posted, will you interpret? Then I'll take the judge and the female lawyer if possible. That male I struggle to hear. Poll is posted. Go vote, y'all. Wish I could vote, but I can't. You can.
Please have a seat. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness.
State calls Allison Christensen.
Ms. Christensen, would you step in front of Brittany? We'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Please have a seat.
Water.
State your full name and then spell both your first and last name.
Allison Christensen, ALLYSON, CHRISTENSEN.
Now, I know that you brought into the courtroom your own bottle of water and some cough drops.
Yeah, I'm just getting over a cold and have lost my voice over the weekend, so I'm just hoping my voice will hang with us today.
Okay, excellent. I'm rooting for you. Okay, so are you employed, Ms. Christensen?
I am.
How are you employed?
I work for the Statewide Information and Analysis Center housed under the Department of Public Safety.
Did you work for them in 2022?
No, in 2022, I was working for the Office of the Medical Examiner.
What were your duties and responsibilities at the, or let me rephrase that. What was your capacity did you serve OME?
I was an autopsy assistant and an autopsy technician supervisor.
I see. And so what are the duties and responsibilities, very briefly, of that position?
The autopsy assistant is there to assist the doctor in a variety of ways with removing organs during autopsy, taking notes, photographs, or handling toxicology.
Okay. And on March 5th of 2022, were you serving in that capacity and on duty that day?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know what role you were? My understanding is that's a rotating role.
Yes.
Do you know what you were doing on that particular day?
That day I was assigned to handle the toxicology samples.
So what does that mean? You were handling the toxicology.
So all of the samples are collected during the autopsy, and then my role would be to get them ready and prepared to be sent to their various labs for testing.
I see. Okay. So in this particular case on March 5th, did you receive some samples from Dr. Omer?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. What did you receive?
I can't recall directly. It's been a few years.
Okay. Do you remember? Now, let me just give this to you. Do you recognize, just for the record, what those items are?
Yes, these are our toxicology requisition forms that we use. And it looks like the sample.
Do we have a sign for toxicology? I'm going to do tox screen. Or is it screen or tox test? Chemical, body chemical test? See if you can look it up while I sign. Thank you.
The toxicology forms for the samples that were collected that day.
Okay. Does that then help you remember what it was you were working on that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was the name of the body from which the samples came?
It says Eric Eugene Richins.
Okay. And so what was requested by the doctor?
We're going to do chemical test.
Can you clarify?
What sort of tests?
For the testing?
What did you have to prepare?
So testing that was requested, it looks like there was samples to be sent to NMS for testing. There was one sample that was sent to our state lab for
sign for sample.
Different testing. There were some histology tests requested, and then it looks like some cultures that are also done at the state microbiology lab.
Okay. So I'd like to focus in on the NMS sample.
Sure.
What did you receive to send out?
So I would have received the samples after they were collected at autopsy. They're placed into a fridge. So I would have gotten the paper, just like the one that you handed me, and would have used that to submit the test request through NMS.
Okay. Do you know what samples you received, what they were?
On the form, it says that there were 3 tubes of IVC blood, which is inferior vena cava.
Okay.
2 tubes of vitreous fluid, which is the fluid from the eye. 1 tube of urine, 1 container of gastric fluid, and 1 container of liver sample.
Okay. Now, was there an indication to do something special with one of those 3 blood tubes?
Yeah, it says on the 3rd blood tube that the doctor requested that it be held in our freezer at the OME for possible future testing.
And is there these tubes that they're collecting in? Is there something? Are they just blank test tubes, or is it they prepared with anything?
No, they're prepared with things. So there are 2 gray tops, and a gray top, it's a vacuum seal container. It's just like when you get your blood tested in a hospital. That gray top indicates that there's something inside the tube to prevent the blood from clotting.
Okay.
The other tubes, it looks like they were red tops, which means there's nothing inside of those. So they're still vacuum containers, but there's no additive inside. And then the gastric and liver samples are in, it looks like a cup. So that would have just been a small plastic container.
With no preservatives.
With no preservatives, correct.
So you have those 6 samples that you're going to send out, 1 you're preserving.
Sorry, correction, 7.
Yeah, 6 that you're going to send out, 1 in addition that's going to go away.
Sorry.
Or stay, rather.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So how do you package those up, and what's the process?
For NMS in particular, the process would be I would take the requisition form and I would use the online portal that NMS has. We enter all the information that includes the case number, the patient name, date of birth, date of death, date of collection, the person who collected it, what was collected, and then the tests that are requested. Once all that information is put into the system, a form is printed out and it has all of that information on it. I'll use that form to double check against the samples to make sure that everything matches, so that everything as far as the case number, the name, what the samples are, everything matches on the samples versus the paperwork. Once that's done, the tubes are placed into a plastic vial sleeve, which is just a plastic envelope that has slots in it for these vacuum container tubes. I place the tubes in that's sealed shut. And then the other specimens that don't fit in that, so the cups and that sealed envelope, would be placed into a biohazard bag. I would sign and date the paperwork to say that I was releasing those samples to NMS through FedEx to be tested. I'd place that form inside of the biohazard bag, seal that shut. All of that is placed into a cardboard box that is provided by NMS, and it's 1 case per box. And then that box is, again, sealed shut with a evidence label that I would sign and date.
Okay, so it's sealed from contamination from each other and from other sources, exterior forces.
Yes.
Do you notify anyone that you're doing this? I mean, FedEx?
We would know.
NMS?
Yeah. So NMS would be notified just by using their online portal. They get that notification. And then once there are enough samples, like at the end of the day, we would notify FedEx to come and pick them up. I believe March 5th was a Saturday.
Okay.
So these samples would have been held in our toxicology lab until the following Monday and then sent on that Monday.
So that would have been 7th?
Correct.
Okay. And okay. let's take a look now at the tox lab and health department. Where are they physically located vis-a-vis the OME?
They're in the building next door. It's just a short walk next door to the lab.
Okay. And so did you have any samples given to you to send to either of those two?
Yeah. So the state lab is not open on Saturdays for the vitreous testing that was requested. So that would have been held until Monday. But the other samples for the cultures would have been walked over directly to the microbiology lab at the state lab.
And did you do that?
I did.
Okay. Now let's talk about histology. Did you get histology samples?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a particular experience and training with histology at this point?
Yeah, prior to working at the medical examiner, I was a histology technologist at a hospital. I am board certified as a histotechnologist through ASCP, the same board that certifies doctors for medical examiner. So yeah, I have some experience in that.
Okay. So did you have a particular position within the OME regarding histology at that time?
It didn't really have a title, but I did oversee the histology lab, if you can call it that, or the histology storeroom.
I see. And in this case, when did you receive any histology requests on this case?
It would have been collected at the time of autopsy. So on the form here, it says March 3rd, or sorry, March 5th.
Okay. And is there a delay for sending it out?
There can be. So histology is a different process than regular blood testing. So histology tissue needs to be what we call fixed in a formaldehyde type solution. So the histology samples were sent to an outside laboratory in California, and they would all be batch sent usually once a week. And so while waiting, they would be in a container of that formaldehyde solution.
Now, is any staining or anything done at the lab or done by you?
It would be done at the lab.
And in this case, what did the OME send out to histology?
So it looks like, so histology is labeled alphabetically. Each alphabet letter is one cassette, I guess. The tissue is placed into a plastic cassette. It's about 2 centimeters by 1 centimeter. And so each cassette is labeled in that way. So it looks like there were samples of heart, right lung, left lung, liver, kidney, hippocampus, epiglottis, lymph node, and coronary artery that were sent.
Okay. Did you receive the prepared slides afterwards?
Yes. It shows on the form that I signed and dated that.
When did you get it back?
On March 23rd.
Of 2022?
Of 2022, yes.
Thank you. That is all that I have for this case.
Mr. Ramos, please.
Judge, I promised Ms. Christensen when we did speak that I wouldn't have any questions because she answered all my questions. So, no questions.
You can step down. Thank you so much.
Chelsea Gibson.
That was hard, but we did good. So was that hard, Diane? I am surprised I could figure spell that. Histology. Glossing histology. Histology is the study of tissue under a microscope.
Ms. Gibson, take your time.
I have to change it because what's in the background.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Chelsea Gibson, GIP as in Papa, SON.
Move that microphone a little bit closer to you. Just pull it forward. Yeah.
Better?
Better.
Okay.
Thank you. Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Total about 7 years.
What is your current assignment?
Lead crime scene investigation technician.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 4.5 years.
What did you do before you were the lead crime scene technician?
I was dispatching for the county. And while dispatching for the county, I would do part-time as helping out with the evidence room and crime scenes.
So as a lead crime scene technician, what are your main responsibilities?
To oversee the evidence room and respond to crime scenes, to document, analyze, collect, and process evidence.
Do you have any type of training to perform that responsibility?
Yes.
Describe that for the jury.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science with a minor in Criminal Justice. I am a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association of Identification. I have over 700 hours of training in crime scenes, death investigations, and digital evidence, as well as being Celebrate certified as a operator and physical analyzer.
Thank you. Were you on duty on March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And were you called out to a scene at 282 Willow Court?
Yes, I was.
Scott, if we could have Exhibit 1-1, and you can put it up for the jury. It's been admitted. Is this the scene that you responded to?
Yes.
Approximately when did you arrive?
Approximately 6:30 in the morning.
Who else was there when you got to the scene?
Family members and law enforcement officers, I believe Detective Woody, OME Sessions, and Deputy Orgel were on scene.
What was taking place when you arrived?
OME Sessions was finishing up with her investigation of Eric Richins.
When you got there, what, in general, we'll get to the specifics, but in general, what was your primary focus when you got on scene?
To document the scene and assist Detective Woody in looking for anything that could have explained Eric Richins' death.
I want to begin by talking about the crime scene generally. Was a 3D scan completed of that home?
Yes, it was.
What is that called?
We utilize what's called a Matterport. It's a camera that takes a three-dimensional scan of the inside of the residence that allows the user to remotely or virtually go into the scene at a later time. It also takes measurements during the scan.
Did you create one of these 3D scans for the home at 282 Willow Court?
Yes.
When was that scan completed?
I believe it was May 8th of 2023.
So not the night you arrived, but sometime later.
Correct.
How functionally, how does it work when you're creating this scan?
Essentially, it's a large computer that takes a three-dimensional photo. It's placed on a tripod, and you scan in different areas of the home. It's typically,
you want to keep about 5 to 7 feet from the previous scan. The program will then let you know if your next scan is too far, and it'll have you rescan at a closer point so they can be spliced together. And then it's uploaded onto the Matterport that then creates a 3-dimensional view of the scene itself.
And you did that for the scene in this case?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 1-15D, like Delta 6. Let's pause it. I don't want it to play yet. I'm going to stand over here so that I can see what's on the screen too for now. Do you recognize what's on your screen?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a video documentation of the Matterport that shows a walkthrough.
And this is the scan that you just talked about completing?
Correct.
I'm going to move to admit 1-15D6.
No objection.
States 1-15 Delta 6 is admitted.
If we could publish that, please.
Sure. Brittany, this one only exists electronically, if you can make a note of that. Oh, wait a minute. I may have announced it incorrectly. Can you give me the number one more time? I should clear this up.
1-15D6.
One second. That is not the number that's listed for a 3D scan.
This might be the updated one for visions.
We blurred. Yeah.
Here, take
Yeah.
a look here. This
Take a
is
look.
why we're confused.
Okay.
Is that what you have in mind?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. If you say so. The reference to search warrants is something else.
That description.
Reference?
The description is on.
No problem. Got it.
That's referral.
1-15D6, a 3D scan from Matterport, correct?
Correct.
Admitted. And published now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I believe it's up there already.
My apologies. Keep going.
And so, Ms. Gibson, Scott, you can go ahead and play the video or the scan, I guess. As we're walking through, if you could just describe what we're seeing.
So we're passing.
Okay, this is where the kids were. I want you to see how close to the bedroom door, to the master bedroom, that these kids were and what they were hearing that night.
A couple of the kids' bedrooms. I believe this is Ashton's, and then it shows into Weston's room. And as the scan turns, you could see the shared bathroom. And it'll take you into the master bedroom. And from the master bedroom, it's going to move into the master bathroom.
Oh, closet door? Ew.
And it'll show the master closet as well. And now we're going back through the master bedroom, through the main hallway of the home.
And that's our front door there to the right where you enter.
Yes, to the right's the front door, and then Carter's room right in front. And then there's a set of stairs that leads to the attic. And then to the left is the living room. And now the living room is connected to the dining area and the kitchen.
We see a black case on the countertop there. Was that your equipment?
Yeah, that's what the Matterport was in.
Buffalo.
And where are we headed now?
This is the mudroom hallway, connects to the kitchen, and then the laundry room and a half bathroom to the right. And then the attached garages to the left.
So turning your attention back to March 4th of 2022, what specifically were you doing on scene when you got there?
I was there to assist Detective Woody in documenting the scene as well as collecting any items of importance.
When you say documenting the scene, how do you do that?
It's a lot of photographs and taking notes.
As you were doing those things, did you see anything out in the open that might explain the death of Eric Richins?
There wasn't any obvious signs when I arrived on scene.
Did you see any THC gummies?
No.
Did you see any drug paraphernalia?
No.
We've asked a couple other witnesses about drug paraphernalia, but I don't know if any of them have described what it is. Why don't you tell the jury, what are we referring to when we say drug paraphernalia?
A simplified version, it's anything that is an item or a piece of equipment that can be used to consume or conceal illicit drugs. It's typically known as pipes, bongs, needles, can be concealed in little baggies.
So you mentioned that you took some photographs. I want to turn your attention to the master bedroom. Did you take some photographs in that room?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 1-10 and 1-11. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
What are they?
Overall photographs I took of inside the master bedroom.
Fair and accurate depictions of those rooms on that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-10.
110 and 111 are admitted. Do you want to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Did you also take a photograph of a nightstand in that bedroom?
Yes, I did.
I think we've already admitted this exhibit. So if we could put up 1-9. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And this is another photograph that you took?
Correct.
Now we see a safe there. Did you later look in that safe?
Yes, later on that day, yes.
What was located in that safe?
Inside the safe were a couple of firearms, a large amount of cash, I believe some ammunition, I believe an empty checkbook, and some handwritten documents.
All right. As you were in the bedroom, was Mr. Eric Richins was his body still there?
Yes.
And did you document that as well?
Yes, I did.
If we could see exhibit 1-7, please.
Warning!
For the witness.
We may not see it, but we may.
Yes.
What is it?
Okay.
It's an overall photograph I took of inside the master bedroom, showing where the deceased was located when I arrived.
Fair and accurate representation of the scene on that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-7. And publish, please.
1-7 is admitted.
And so this is where Eric Richins was when you arrived?
Correct.
Did you look through the bedroom or did you look around the bedroom to see if there's anything that was significant that might have caused his death?
I looked around the bedroom a little bit, yes.
Did you find anything that stood out to you that may have caused the death of Eric Richins?
Nothing that could have caused his death, no.
Diane, did I sign wrong?
Now I want to talk about
You were laughing.
the bathroom that's attached to the master bedroom and the closet. If we could have exhibit 1-12 and 1-13, please, for the witness. Are they up for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are those photos that you took
Yes.
fair and accurate representations of the scene that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 112 and 111 or 113.
1-12 and 1-13 are admitted.
And, so again, did you look through the master bathroom and the master closet?
I looked through the master bathroom.
Any THC gummies found in there?
No.
Any paraphernalia found?
No.
What about, I should have asked you these questions for the bedroom too. Did you see any THC gummies in the bedroom?
No.
Any drug paraphernalia?
No.
Okay, let's move to the kitchen. Did you yourself look through the kitchen?
I did not know.
Are you aware if anyone else did?
I'm unsure who looked in the kitchen.
If something of significance would have been found in the kitchen, would you have been notified?
Yes.
Speculation.
Would you rephrase sustained?
Sure. As other people were around the house, what would the protocol have been if an item of significance had been located?
If an item of significance is located, I would have been notified to photograph and document.
Did you do that with anything in the kitchen?
No.
What else did you do on March 4th?
I collected a few items on scene and that were transported to the sheriff's office.
What were those items?
Medications in Eric Richins' names, and there's a sheet underneath the bed that was kind of balled up.
Approximately what time did you leave the scene at Willow Court?
Approximately 8:29 in the morning.
Who did you leave with?
Myself, Detective Woody, Omi Sessions, and Oracle. We all left it at the same time.
And to your knowledge, when you left the scene, were there any other law enforcement officials still there?
No, there were not.
You were the last ones to leave.
Correct.
To your knowledge, were there other searches made at the 282 Willow Court home?
Yes.
And were those searches subsequent to March 4th, were they different than what you did on March 4th?
Yes.
How are they different?
With a search warrant, we have more reason to search the home itself. So it's a more extensive search of the actual home itself. We're looking for specific items pursuant to the search warrant. So typically we're looking in cupboards, cabinets, drawers, inside closets, inside boxes, inside pockets.
And so compare that, what you're describing with a search warrant search to what you did on March 4th. How is that different?
March 4th, we didn't have too much information to go off of on what we were looking for specifically. So we weren't looking through every drawer, everything. It was more so to the naked eye.
So talking about when a search warrant is performed, how many times have you been part of searching a home or something else for a search warrant?
I responded to the home on Willow Court 8 times.
And what about in general as a crime scene technician? How many times have you assisted investigators in executing a search warrant?
I don't know about including search warrants, but overall including search warrants and crime scenes, over 100.
So when a search warrant is executed, are different officials on scene given different assignments?
Yes.
How are those assignments made?
Typically it's the sergeant over investigations or lead detective, and sometimes the crime scene will assist.
What are the different assignments that are made for the personnel on scene during a search warrant?
We give them names such as a searcher, a finder, photographer, and a scribe.
And describe for the jury what each of those assignments mean, what those people would do.
As they're given assignments, it's also, we work hand in hand, so they kind of commingle, but for the most part, a searcher is kind of self-explanatory. You search a specific area that you're given or a room, and then the finder kind of assists the searcher in searching, but is also able to leave that area and go notify the photographer, who then comes and documents the item, where the item was located. And then the photographer then takes additional photographs of the item. They're called mid-range and close-up photos. It's just to show more of directionality of where the item was located. And then the scribe is typically in a common area or more of a central location where the items can be moved to, and they document onto a property seizure form on any item that's collected, where it was collected, and by whom it was collected.
Is it possible that someone on scene could have more than one assignment?
Yes.
Those things could overlap. One person could do multiple things.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to April 13th of 2022. Were you present for a search of the Willow Court home on that date?
Yes, I was.
And similar to what you've just described, were assignments made to different personnel that were on scene?
Yes.
And what was your role on April 13th?
To photograph and assistance searching.
And to your knowledge, what areas of that scene were to be searched on that day?
The entirety of the home, including the attached garage, as well as the detached garage and shop.
And when you say search, describe for the jury how someone goes about searching each of those rooms.
Room assignments are made. We number the room numbers. That way it's a little bit easier to kind of keep track of who's searching where. It also helps with keeping track of which item was found in which room. And then people are given their room numbers and they start searching that area.
So talking about April 13th of 2022, let's first talk about the master bedroom. Were there any items of significance located in that room?
Yes.
Scott, if we could put up exhibit 1-15D, like Delta 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a Matterport video showing the items of importance that were located on the April of 22 search.
So is this scan, explain how it's different from that overall scan that we saw previously?
So this one's showing what they're called our tags. So you're able to tag the area and it'll help depict where the item was located and give you a visual of where it was.
And are you the person who placed the tags on this particular video?
Yes.
And how were you able to do that? Not technologically, but how do you know where to place the tags?
Because it was documented on where the items were located as well as photographed.
And so that's where you put the tags on this scan?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to move to admit 1-15D4. No objection.
States 1-15 Delta 4 is admitted.
If we could publish that, please. So again, describe for the jury, we're seeing the same scan, right? But you've added some information.
Correct.
So I think we were talking, Scott, you can play the scan. I think you were talking about the master bedroom. So we'll wait till our scan takes us back to the master bedroom. And if we could pause it there, please. So if you can use our magic pointer there, and on your screen, it should let you point out what item of significance was located in this room. You might have to aim it at Scott's computer. He's got the receiver.
That was working for a moment. It's a very small cursor.
It's not coming out.
Hot coffee.
It might not work. It's too far away.
It vibrated. I don't know if that helps.
Well, why don't we
Oh,
look
wait.
at, that's okay. We can talk about what we're looking at here without the clicker, even though I wanted to use it. That's okay. So describe for the jury what we see on the scan that was different from before.
There's a yellow dot that's kind of pointing towards the nightstand.
And what item was located there?
A green iPhone.
Okay. Now you've got a box of items beside you.
Yes.
If you could please grab item 9-5 or exhibit 9-5.
All right, how do we do iPhone again? Okay, I was good.
And go ahead and open that up.
Open it.
Well, before you open it, why don't we do it this way? Do you know what this item is?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the green iPhone that was collected that night.
And is that item in your hands now in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was located on that day?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit exhibit 9-5.
Yeah, no objection.
Go ahead and open it up.
9-5 is admitted.
And you can just hold it up and let the jury see it. Did you determine who this, was it determined who this phone belonged to?
Yes, it was determined to be Eric Richins.
Okay. Now what about in the master bathroom? Was that area searched?
Yes.
Scott, if you could continue playing our video or exhibit, sorry. Were there items of significance that were located in the master bathroom?
Yes, a few.
Scott, if you could, pause it there, please. So, what about in that closet? Was there an item of significance located in there?
Yes.
If you could grab from your physical exhibits, exhibit 9-1.
Ms. Shervanek, just so my notes are complete, the date of the search, would you confirm that for me one more time, was?
April 13th of 22.
Okay. Please proceed.
So, do you have exhibit 9-1? You have a lot of things up there. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead and pull the item out of there, or take a look at it. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
There's a couple bottles of prescriptions that were collected that were located in one of the baskets.
And I don't know that the clicker's working, so why don't you just come down and point to your screen so the jury can see which item we're talking about, where it was located. Yes. Go ahead.
Is it working now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so the first item we're talking about right now is going to be this orangish yellow dot.
And you can head back to your seat. Sorry. And the item that you have there, 9-1, is that a fair and accurate representation of the item that you collected from that basket on
Yes.
that day?
Yes, it was.
And then move to admit 9-1.
May I see it, Your Honor?
Of course.
I want to see which bottle's there.
I'm gonna bring it down now.
No objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
States 9-1 is admitted.
Go ahead and open up that bag. Was there a particular bottle within that bag from those items that you took a photograph of?
Yes.
Scott, if we could have exhibit 1-20, please. Do you recognize this?
Stop. There it goes. Yes.
What is that?
It's a photo I took of what was located from that section of the linen closet.
That's a photo that you took?
Correct.
Fair and accurate representation of what you collected from there?
Yes.
Move to admit exhibit 1-20.
No objection.
If we could publish, please.
20 is admitted.
Your Honor, can we look at the actual bottle that she took out of the bag since she's taken it out? Can we open it and look at it, please?
You want to open the bottle and look at the pills?
Uh-huh. There's no pills, but I'm gonna open the bottle and see the inside.
There's pills in it.
Oh, okay. Can I have her just open it? I won't touch it and let
Why
her
don't you
do
and
it.
Ms. Sherman do it at the same time?
Yep.
Just the record is clear. 1-20 is admitted.
The defense has a right to examine it. That's what they're doing. I'd whip out a knife and I'd go around. How much you want to guess she's counting?
It's kind of hard to see in the photograph, but is one of those prescription bottles a prescription for quetiapine?
Yes.
And is that prescription, that bottle prescribed to Kouri Richins?
Yes, it is.
After you documented and photographed these items, what did you do with it?
They were booked into the sheriff's office.
And I should ask you the same question that we did for 9-5. What, after that item was collected, what did you do with it?
It was also booked into the sheriff's office.
When you say booked into the sheriff's office, that's into your evidence room?
Correct.
Scott, if we could go back to 1-15 D4, please.
One moment. I got to catch up to you. Go ahead, Scott.
Going back to the video.
Yes, please.
Ms. Sherman, let me know when you're ready to show the truth.
I am.
You are now.
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're looking at this same view in the master bathroom, and we see another orange circle there. What was collected from that location?
Several packages of THC gummies and edibles.
Did you document those?
Yes, I did.
Go ahead and grab exhibit 9-11 for me. Scott, could you leave the video up?
That was me.
Oh, sorry. You're on.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the items that were collected from that cabinet above the toilet.
Fair and accurate representation of those items that were collected that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-11.
No objection.
9-11 is admitted.
Did you document where those items were collected from?
Yes.
Where were they collected from?
They were inside the top shelf of the medicine cabinet above the toilet in the master bathroom.
Inside the cupboard.
Correct.
Scott, if I could have exhibit 1-16, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
A photograph I took of those items that were collected.
Same items we were just referring to.
Correct.
Fair and accurate representation of those items on that day.
Yes.
We'll move to admit 1-16.
May I speak to Ms. Shavernak for a
course.
second?
We have a little pause and a little interpreter break. June, is my mic still hot?
Let me lay a little more foundation for what's in the photograph. So let's do it this way. If you could take exhibit 9-11, please, and open it up. Okay, and pull the items out of there.
All of them?
Pull them out. Sorry. Yeah. So we see multiple items in that one package. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we could put the video back up on the screen.
Diane, tell me when you're ready.
Can we put it back up for the jury? Sorry. Okay, so we were talking about the cupboard above the toilet, and then we were looking at a photograph that you took of all of these items. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in that photograph, are there items that were collected from other locations?
Can you go back to the photograph?
Scott, can you put up 1-16 for her, please? Just for her.
What are you referring to on the photograph?
So, are there items that are in that same photograph and that are in that same package that were not collected in that cupboard?
There's a baggie and a looks like a prescription box that are kind of out of focus.
And those items were not collected in that cupboard.
Correct.
But which items were collected from that cupboard?
The 3 dank gummies, the 2 chocolate brownies, the Helix Twist, and the 2 small baggies of gummies.
The clear baggies were located somewhere else. Is that right?
I don't recall on that. I believe they were located in the same area.
I'm going to move to admit 1-16.
Your Honor, we object. That's, she's not laid a proper foundation.
I don't follow. Would you approach for a moment?
How you doing, Miss Diane?
Tired. Long day.
Yeah.
We
We
need to
are.
talk.
I know. We'll talk later. I'll call you as soon as we're finished.
Yes.
I want to thank everybody. We do have a deaf person watching on Facebook right now. So
Where's your hand?
it's there. It's just underneath this ribbon.
Oh, it's under the blue. Okay. That's fine.
That better. and my hands are more in picture. And I have to be that size because I have to cover something.
I like me this size because I don't keep falling off.
Yeah, it's hard. People
Okay,
don't understand.
so
We interpret in a box like this.
Pause for 1 moment.
That's our interpreting zone.
The state's moving to admit the photograph that is State's Exhibit 1-16.
Yes, no objection.
Okay. 1-16 is coming in. Would you like me to publish it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Chelsea, do you need a moment to get organized, or do you need nothing?
She might need
Are
some
we
space.
are we done with this one for now?
Yes, you can put that to the side.
Yeah,
so
just give me
there's-
1 second, please.
Yeah, take your time.
Do we have white?
Yep. I think she's asking for you have just
Like a
something like that. Yeah.
See, Diane, if you come down on April for that 10th weekend, I will have been moved into my home.
Wonderful.
Get a cheap ticket, can't you?
I can look. I understand that.
So I need to register before the cutoff.
Good for that. Good. Okay. Ms. Shervanek, please proceed.
So, after these items were located, you photographed them.
Correct.
And what happened with them next? Were they booked into evidence?
Correct.
Scott, if you could put the
Wait.
video back up.
Maud, I need you to, I need,
Needy.
I need a mic check. Okay. Question. Am I remembering wrong? But did they not ask if any THC gummies were found the night and the day the event happened and he died? They said no. But they go back in April, they do a deeper investigation and they find a lot of empty gummy bags. Is she the one? Wait, back up. I know I can't sign and talk. I know that Kouri is saying that her husband took a lot of gummy. Okay. But did they ever test her for THC specifically to see if she was digesting it when, like, they test her? Or are they just taking her word for it? And I want to see the toxicology results and how much THC was actually in his body. Just saying.
Or, Your Honor, however order that works. And you can let the scan play forward. Were there items of significance that were located in the closet?
Yes.
All right, if we could pause it there, please. If you could take Exhibit 9-12, please. And open it up. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a pack of gummies that were located in the master closet.
In this location that you've indicated here?
Yes.
Okay. Fair and accurate representation of those items. Are those items in substantially the same condition as when they were located that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-12.
No objection.
9-12 is admitted.
Go ahead and open it up. While we're doing that, Scott, if you could put 1-17 for the witness, please. And then do you see exhibit 117 on your screen?
Yes. What
is that?
That's an overall photograph I took of the master closet showing a mid-range of the item that was collected.
And that's that same item that you held up there?
Correct.
We could move to admit 1-17. And publish, please.
117 is admitted.
And so you might have to step down for this one. It's a little hard to see what we're looking at here.
In a pocket? In a pocket?
Point out for the jury what we're looking at here.
So we're looking at a pack of gummies that was located in the pocket jacket of this green jacket.
That's strange.
Thank you.
That looks like that's a setup placement. Strange.
If we could have the scan exhibit, please.
I hope court will be done by then.
You can play it forward, please.
This court case.
Was the kitchen also searched?
Yes, it was.
And were there items that were located in the kitchen that you documented?
Yes.
That makes me nauseated.
And I've been asking you about items of significance. The items you're looking for, those are items that were in the search warrant, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the search warrant told you what you were supposed to look for.
Yes.
All right.
I'm going to break in for a minute and I'm going to tell you a quick story. I was at a scene where somebody had passed away. I was dealing with the family and they got a search warrant and I was standing outside and all of a sudden comes out these huge animal taxidermy heads. And inside that, let's just say, was a lot of rug. Those animal heads were full of rugs. We can't say the word, so we drop the D and it's rug. Rug. F rug. Okay. So there was a lot of rugs in there. I'm surprised they didn't take those off the wall and search it. That would be a good hiding place.
If we could go forward just
saying.
There we go. All right, we could pause it there. Okay, so we're what area of the home are we looking at now?
Oh, we're in the kitchen now.
And we mentioned that there were items found in here. If you could grab item 9-13, please. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a package of gummies that was located.
And those gummies that you have there, fair and accurate representation of what was collected on that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-13.
No objection.
9-13 is admitted.
And looking on our scan here, we see a couple of different indicators. Where were these gummies located?
It's going to be that orange dot where right above the refrigerator in that cabinet.
So the higher up dot?
Yes.
Okay. If we could show the witness exhibit 1-18, please. Do you see it? What is that?
It's a photograph I took of the item.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of where the item was located that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-18.
No objection.
And publish, please.
1-18 is admitted.
And then go ahead and open up exhibit 9-13.
They've got kids. That's a strange place for a gummy.
And those are the gummies that we see in the photograph there.
Yes.
After you documented these items, what did you do with them?
They were collected and then brought to the sheriff's office to be booked into evidence.
Scott, if we could have the scan view again, please. And you can play it forward. Okay, you can pause it there. Thank you. So we see a few other indicators of items that were located there. Was there an item that was collected from the kitchen counter?
Yes.
If you could grab exhibit 9-10, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that item, the item that was collected here in the orange dot?
Correct.
We indicated with the red arrow?
Yes.
Same or similar condition as when it was collected that day?
Yes.
Move to admit exhibit 9-10.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear her say what it was.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. What is that?
It's a set of tweezers and a small piece of plastic.
Ms. Nestor, 9-10?
No objection.
9-10 is admitted.
Where, so describe for the jury what, you can open it up and just let the jury see it. They can see through the bag, I think. What is this item?
It's a pair of tweezers that was located inside of a jacket pocket that was laying on the kitchen counter.
And so the jacket was on the counter. Tweezers were where?
Inside of a pocket.
The pocket of the jacket.
Correct.
What kind of jacket was it?
It was a woman's fitted black, medium size Under Armour jacket.
After you collected that item, what did you do with it?
It was packaged and brought to the sheriff's office to be booked into evidence.
All of these items that we've just talked about, after they were collected, were they sent to the state crime lab?
Yes.
And were they tested there?
Yes, they were.
Did you receive a report back about the results of those tests?
Yes, I did.
We see, going back to the scan here, we see through the doorway another orange dot. Was it an item collected from that area?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 4-16, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Was this an item that was collected from that same search warrant date?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation of the document that you collected that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 4-16.
Your Honor, we object on 401, 403, 404B.
Counsel, please approach.
We have a sidebar. Was that loud for y'all? Because I've only got it on the second bar out of 12, and it felt loud, but I'm not in my normal ears, so that's the problem. Hold on, Miss Diane. What?
Turn it up just a little, because they're both soft spoken.
I am up 100% in court.
Oh, well, I'll live with it. I won't complain.
And that's why you have live captioning on your computer.
Absolutely. That is why I have live captioning.
Do you like my little mug? Oh, why is it doing that? There we go.
There you go. It's beautiful. ASU, Arizona State University.
Angelo State.
Oh, I went to
So
ASU.
we're going to pause on admitting or publishing 416, but you may have some more questions about it.
Where was item 4-16 located?
I believe it was located in the master bathroom.
4-16
One of them.
on the screen.
I have one.
If you don't recall, that's okay.
I don't recall this one.
Okay, no problem.
Oh,
Well, let's put up the scan that we were looking at of the home.
One moment.
Do you see the orange dot kind of through the doorway from the kitchen?
Yes.
Do you know if there was a black backpack located where that orange dot is?
Yes.
Do you know if this document was located in that black backpack?
Yes.
What else? Did you look in that backpack?
I believe I just helped document what was inside.
What was inside?
Several documents, as well as prescription medication and Kouri Richins' name.
When executing this search warrant, was a phone seized from Kouri Richins' person?
Yes.
If you could take Exhibit 9-2, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the phone that was taken off of Kouri Richins that day that was booked into evidence.
Same or similar condition as when it was located that day or seized that day?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 9-2.
Your Honor, at this time, we renew our motion to suppress that was made earlier about the phone. We renew it at this time.
Okay, your motion is denied for the same reasons previously stated by the court. 9-2 is it?
After item 9-2 was seized and collected, what did you do with it?
It was booked into the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
So we just talked about a lot of items that were collected. Remind the jury, what date were those items collected?
On April 13th of 2022.
So, and you were on scene when Eric died, and some time had passed, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the house at 282 Willow Court searched on May 8th of 2023?
Yes, it was.
Were you present for that search?
Yes.
Again, was that search of the home pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show the witness Exhibit 1-15 D3, D like Delta. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is going to be, it's the same 3D model rendering of the home. This one's depicting items that were collected on the 2023 warrant.
Is that on May 8th?
Yes.
And again, the same scan that we've been seeing, but now you've added tags for items that were collected on a different day.
Correct.
All right. Similar to the April 13th, 2022 search warrant, were assignments made for this search warrant?
Yes.
Personnel. And what was your role?
To photograph, assist in a search, and also assist in doing the Matterport.
What areas of the scene were searched on this day?
Every room of the main home, as well as the attached garage and the detached garage and shop.
What specific items were you looking for pursuant to that search warrant?
We were looking for several different items relating to, I believe, electronics, as well as documents, and don't recall what else, to be honest.
That's okay. So we talked about Exhibit 1-15D3. That's something that you helped create. That's the scan.
Yes.
I want to move to admit Exhibit 1-15D3.
Okay, 1-15D is in dog 3. Okay,
Right.
and just to clarify, I'm sorry, Your Honor, let me speak with Ms. Sharon. So this is just adding on the tags from the 8th.
It's not, I mean, iterative, it is iterative, but it's not in addition to, they're just the tags from that day.
Perfect. No objection.
1-15D3 is admitted. Would you like us to publish?
Yes, please. Okay, so again, we're looking at the same scan, correct?
Yes.
And you have included tags for a different date that the house was searched.
Yes.
Scott, you can play the scan, please. And you mentioned that the whole house was searched again.
Yes.
And that included the bedroom.
Yes.
You were looking for electronics as well as documents. Does that sound right?
Yes.
That's what, just reminding you what you said before. Were there items pursuant to that search warrant that were located in the master bedroom?
Yes.
I'll wait till our video catches up before I ask you about this. All right, you can pause it there, Scott. So we see two green dots on this screen. Were you there when these items were located?
Not when they were located. I believe I was in a different room.
Okay, but you were the person that collected them?
Yes.
And when they were located, did they remain in their original condition until you documented them?
As far as I am aware, yes.
Take item 9-15 and go ahead and open it up. What is that?
It's an orange notebook.
And is that one of the items that was collected in May 8th of 2023?
Yes.
And is where that item was located depicted on your screen?
Yes, it is.
Where was this item located?
It's going to be that bottom green dot that's showing in the top drawer of the nightstand.
We're going to come back to this item. I'm not going to admit it quite yet. So we see another green dot. Do you know what was located, where that is indicated?
Yes, it's a blue iPhone that was located inside the top drawer.
If you could grab exhibit 9-4, please.
I'm going to move you for a minute,
Do
Diane.
you recognize
Oh,
this?
okay.
Yes.
What is it?
It's the blue iPhone that was collected from that drawer that day.
It's in the same or similar condition to when it was, as it was collected on May 8th, 2023.
Yes.
Move to admit 9-4.
9:15, right?
This is correct.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
9-4, the blue iPhone is admitted.
And Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 10-21. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photograph I took of where the cell phone was located.
Fair and accurate representation of where it was located that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 10-21
No objection.
and publish.
10-21 is admitted.
Publish, please. So we see, zoom back out for us. So we see a phone sitting on top of the dresser. Is that the phone that was collected?
That's a tablet.
Okay, and so where, we'll have Scott zoom in, where is the phone that you collected, that you just showed us?
To the right of the, I believe is a pair of sweatpants.
Okay, so it's kind of inside the drawer, leaning up against the front of the drawer. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you mentioned that the detached office was also searched on that day?
Yes.
Scott, if we could have exhibit 1-15D7, D like Delta. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the rendering of the detached garage and shop.
The same virtual scan, just of a different area of the home. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit 1-15D7.
I'm so sorry. This is a new Matterport 115D7. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
115D7 is admitted.
Okay, and you can play that forward, Scott. And so was the office also searched for documents?
Yes, it was.
And similar to the other one, did you indicate on this virtual scan if there was a document that was collected on May 8th?
Yes.
Oh, I don't see the tag on this one.
It's on there.
Oh, where is it?
Give it a second.
I missed it.
I'm sorry, I have motion sickness so bad I can't be in a car unless I'm driving. That is making me sick.
Yes, if we could pause the scan, please. I missed it the first time around. Was there a document collected from that location?
Yes.
If you could take Exhibit 9-16 from your stack there. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right, and is that the item that was collected from there?
Yes.
Okay, we're not going to admit it this time. We'll come back to that document. Pursuant to this search warrant was, or not to this search warrant, but on that same date was a phone seized from Kouri Richins' person.
Yes.
If you could take Exhibit 9-3, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a cell phone that was collected from Kouri Richins' person.
Same or similar condition as when it was collected
I was asking about the word pursuant.
on May 8th.
Yes.
We'll move to admit 9-3.
9-3 is admitted.
What happened with that phone after it was collected?
I believe it was downloaded by Detective O'Driscoll and then booked into evidence.
Was there a search made of the 282 Willow Court home on November 7th of 2024?
Yes.
Scott, if we could have Exhibit 1-15 D5.
Sure. The date one more time.
November 7th, 2024. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Same as all the other scans we've been looking at?
Correct.
You put different tags on there for items that were located on that day?
Correct.
Similar to the two other search warrants we talked about, were assignments made on that day?
Yes.
And what was your role?
To photograph and assist in document and search.
Same as the other searches?
Yep.
Okay. Again, what areas of the home were searched?
The entirety of the home, as well as the attached garage and the detached garage and shop.
I don't think I've moved to admit 115 D5 yet. I'll do that now.
Is that the scan?
Yes.
Yes. Any objection?
This one from November 7th, I'm so sorry, I'm trying to keep up. November 7th, the Matterport is 115 D5.
Correct.
No objection.
115 D5 is admitted and published.
Go ahead and play it, Scott. What items were being, specific items you were looking for this day? Excuse me.
Handwritten documents.
Did you locate any of those?
I assisted in photographing them.
Document?
Yeah.
Okay, you can pause it there. We see purple circle on the screen there. Was that document, was a document located from that location on that day?
Yes.
Take Exhibit 9-17. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is that the item? What is it?
It's a handwritten document of what appears to be a timeline. It was located inside that the kitchen cabinet.
Fair and accurate representation of the document that was collected on that day?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that one. Just a moment, I'm sorry. I'm looking for Exhibit 8-49. It's a binder.
There's one up there.
There is one up here. Ah, yes.
That was cute.
We need to look at some handwriting items. Okay. I'm sure showing you in States Exhibit 8-49, tab 15. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this an item that was collected from the Richins home?
Yes, it was.
Was that collected during that November 7th, 2024 search warrant?
Yes.
Did you collect this item
Yes, I did.
and book it into evidence?
Yes.
You took photographs of it?
Correct.
If you could turn to tab 16, please.
The tab we were just on was
K15.
K15?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's coupons with handwriting on
This-
them, like
this
Christmas
was-
coupons.
I'm sorry, I should let you finish.
You're fine.
Finish what you were saying before I ask my question.
It appears to be like Christmas coupons that are handwritten.
Another item that was collected from the Willow Court home.
Yes.
Did you take photographs of this item?
I took photographs, yes.
And did you book it into evidence?
I did not. I believe evidence tech matter booked that one in.
Okay, but it was booked into the evidence room.
Yes.
I want to talk about a few other items that were collected. Did you collect other electronics in particular? For not collect, but I'm sorry, I should use more precise words. Did you book into evidence other electronics for this case?
Yes.
If you could grab Exhibit 9-6, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
There are 2 cell phones that were collected from Robert Grossman.
And they were booked into evidence?
Yes.
Those items in the same or similar condition as when they were booked into evidence?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-6.
Just a minute on that one.
You can open it up and let the jury see it.
Your Honor, we object to improper foundation. This individual can't testify who got those phones, that they came from Mr. Grossman. My understanding is they were just brought to her, and that's insufficient. We object.
Well, she can testify that these 2 phones were booked into evidence.
Right,
So
sure.
we can admit 9-6 as these 2 phones, right?
No. We need a foundation laid of how, the chain of custody of those 2 phones, how, before they can come in.
Didn't she just testify that they were, forgive me, I may have misread the testimony. Yes, of course.
Sorry, I'm eating a few jelly beans, y'all. My mouth has gotten super dry. And I'm out of mints. And she's like, more water. More water. I'll be right back. Just 2 seconds, literally. Can I have some more?
Have you seen the movie where the crow?
Yeah.
That's the best movie.
I want to see it again.
Me too.
Exhibit 9-6, 2 cell phones, identified, not yet admitted.
Yes. If you could grab Exhibit 9-18, please, and 9-19. Let's start with 9-18. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photo that, sorry, it is a phone that was collected during a search warrant of a Lauber's residence.
What kind of phone is it? Just the model or the make of it?
It's a Samsung.
Okay. And is that phone the same or similar condition as when you booked it into evidence?
Yes.
And I'll treat this one the same as 9-6. And if you go ahead and show it to the jury. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't entered it yet. I'm sorry. If you could take exhibit 9-19, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a Motorola cell phone that was collected from off of Carmen Lauber's person.
Is that was that phone booked into evidence?
Yes, it was.
After I'm going to move away from these specific phones and just talk about some things that the sheriff's office does with cell phones once they're collected. When cell phones are, after cell phones are booked into evidence, does the sheriff's office have the capability to download a cell phone?
We currently do.
What about in 2022? Did the sheriff's office have that capability in 2022?
No, we did not.
If the sheriff's office or an investigator in the sheriff's office wanted to get a download of someone's cell phone in 2022, how did that happen?
It was brought down to the RCFL.
What is the RCFL?
It's a regional forensics, computer forensic institution.
And so the downloads of the phones weren't done in-house at that time.
Correct.
And at some point, did that change?
Yes.
When was that?
Early of 2023.
What happened in early 2023 as it relates to cell phone downloads at the sheriff's office?
We obtained a program called Celebrate.
What is Celebrate?
It is a cell phone download program.
Are you certified to use Celebrate?
Yes.
Okay. How, not the technology part, but how physically, if you were going to download a cell phone, how would you do that?
We'd obtain the item from evidence and essentially plug it into the program, and then the program basically tells us what to do on the next steps, and it kind of breaks into the phone.
So kind of a plug and play type of thing.
Correct.
And you're certified to use Celebrate?
Yes.
Did you perform cell phone downloads in this case?
Yes.
Which cell phone did you download in this case?
I downloaded a few.
Okay. Do you remember which ones?
I believe Hayden Jeff's.
Well, don't say the name.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I think the majority of them were iPhones.
Okay, that's fine. When a phone is downloaded using Celebrate, do you get a report after it's downloaded?
Yeah, it gives us the date, like the raw data.
Okay, from the phone.
Correct.
So turning away from cell phones now, I want to talk a little bit more about the Matterport scan. Did you use that, or first, let me ask this way, does that software have the capability to do measurements? I think you mentioned that.
Yes.
Did you use the Matterport scan in this case to measure some certain distances?
Yes.
How is that done?
I select basically the X, Y, and Z coordinates on the scan itself and pretty much pick two separate points, and it will give you an accurate measurement within 1% error rate.
How do you know it's within 1% error rate?
It's according to their company.
Okay. And so you measured some areas of the home in this case.
Yes.
And did you verify those measurements after Matterport gave you the distances?
Yes, we also physically measured them on scene.
Okay. And so Did you measure the area from the master bedroom to the kitchen?
Yes.
Was that distance 55 feet 2 inches?
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you measure the distance from the master bedroom to the front door?
Yes.
Was that distance 36 feet, a little over 36 feet?
Yes.
And you verified through that process you just described that those were accurate distances?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just a moment.
I think they're going to say we're at a stopping point now. I have the live feed up
Just
here.
a couple more questions.
Not much. Just
I want to go back to the Celebrate program and the cell phone downloads. Did you do a download for Kouri's blue iPhone in this case?
I assisted Detective O'Driscoll in the download.
What do you mean you assisted? Describe that process.
He started the download. It gave him an error, and then I assisted in doing some troubleshooting and starting the process of the download.
And so were you able to get a successful download of that blue iPhone?
Yeah, it was. I was able to obtain the PIN code, and then Detective O'Driscoll finished it and obtained a download.
And just to be sure, let's show the jury which item we're talking about so we don't get the phones confused. We're talking about Exhibit 9-4.
It's a blue iPhone.
And this was the phone that we, where was this item collected from?
Inside the top drawer of the dresser in the master bedroom. It was leaning up against the drawer.
And this was collected on May 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
We'll show that next necessary. Would you approach for a moment?
Okay, the deaf person has said, bye-bye, everyone. It was wonderful watching with you. So that was real sweet. Hold on a minute. See, I'm going to get your voice back on. What?
I'm going to send you some information. You need
Okay.
to look at it.
Okay, well, I will do it after dinner. Can I go have dinner first? I haven't eaten all day other than...
Yeah, but I do need you to call me. It's just
I will call.
days.
I will. Okay.
days.
All right. We'll call you soon.
All right.
Love and blessings. Okay.
For just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop the presentation of evidence for today. At this point, we'll pick up cross-examination of Ms. Gibson tomorrow morning. I'm required to give you these instructions at the end of every day, and frankly, I should be doing it at the end of every or before every break, so please just humor me. Do not talk about this case with anyone. Do not let anyone else talk about it to you. This is off limits. You have to affirmatively avoid listening to, watching, or reading anything about the case, and do not take any actions to gain any information. So no research, no internet searches, no social media interactions about the case at all. Please travel safely. See you tomorrow morning, ready to go at 8:30. Please rise for the jury. Please have a seat. All right. Forgive my ignorance. Are you taking all this stuff back with you?
I was told by Brittany.
What's the plan, Brittany?
Anything that is illegal substance, she has to take.
Got it?
Yeah, so sorry, not one. The phones I can take.
Is that what you want to do?
We want to do what is supposed to be done.
Okay, sounds good. So let's be specific. We'll do this by number. Let's just do this on the record. Chelsea, if you would separate for us 9-5, that's the green iPhone. 9-2. 9-4, 9-3. Those are the 4 phones that have been admitted so far. So Brittany will take control of those as evidence clerk. The remaining items that were admitted are, or appear to be, medications and other substances that, as I understand it, the court's not taking custody of.
Other than the tweezers.
Ah, yes. Which one was that?
9-10, I believe.
9-10.
Which date was that?
April 13th.
Okay. We'll take those. Do your notes show that we missed anything, Brittany? Got it. Yep, thank you. Okay. Ms. Shervanek, anything else on the separation of what Technician Gibson will hold on to versus what the court will hold on to?
No, I think that's clear. I think we should most likely have a plan for what happens at the conclusion of evidence, because the jury will have it to deliberate.
Well, they're not going to get, we can talk about that.
Yeah,
There
I
are
just
rules
wanna-
that
I just
control what
wanna
they have
put it out
access
there.
to and how, and that's all in the Code of Judicial Administration.
But I think for now, Ms. Gibson
Okay.
would take custody of what she's told
Right.
to take custody of.
Ms. Nestor, anything else on this topic tonight? Okay,
Do I need to bring back all of this?
yes.
Okay.
And also remember, you are proverbially still on the stand, so do not confer with anybody about your testimony.
Got
We'll start you back in tomorrow morning. Understood. Okay. You are free to pack up and go.
Can I get Brittany to sign
Of
chain custody
course.
stuff?
Yep.
It'll make me feel better.
No, yeah, of course. Ms. Shervanek, Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record this afternoon?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis?
Just that we would ask it, and I have asked this, but a nice reminder that Mr. Bloodworth send us a list of witnesses that they intend to call for the next 2 days.
There you go. You've asked.
I can, and I also just did that to Mr. Ramos.
Okay.
Orally, I can put it in writing.
Yes, please, if you could email it to us.
Sure. Okay. Mr. Ramos, anything else today?
So good.
All right, folks, I appreciate your patience. We'll be in recess until, let's plan on 8:15 for council tomorrow morning. Thank you. Court's in recess. Take care.
Okie dokie, guys. So we have court tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. And then 8:15, 9:15 with this court. We have, may have something else going tomorrow. This has been an interesting, impactful day. We had a lot of testimony concerning evidence and videos, which really is helping bring the picture to life, especially for those of us who have not been diving into this as deeply as other people have. I tell you, I love video exhibitors. I'm a very visual person, so now I'm building a good picture in my head as to what has happened. So the poll that I posted is: do you think the body cam footage and well, this of the Kouri Richins case helps her? Do you think the body cam footage helps Kouri KR or Kouri Richards case? 33% said yes, 33% said no, and 33% said I don't know. So I'm going to end the poll. I have got to get. I am actually being taken out by a friend for dinner. Girlfriend, that is, not a boyfriend. We don't do boyfriends right now. Ain't got no time for no boyfriend. Ain't got no time for boyfriend. And when tomorrow before we go live, we'll do all of the giveaways. I saved the entries. Don't worry, they didn't go anywhere. We'll do those tomorrow morning. June, I think you're the Nightbot and Honey and Angela, my 3 fabulous mods. Thank you so much for hopping on. I know everybody's lives are a little crazy right now. Things are a little chaotic, but thank you guys for sticking around. Y'all are amazing. You know what? I've had a wonderful day with y'all. I have thoroughly enjoyed my day with y'all. And I look forward to doing it again tomorrow morning. So until then, y'all get some sleep. Good sleep. Because tomorrow can be another long day. See you then. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time.